participants, but yeah, definitely weird for YouTube to support streams and videos longer than 12 hours, but not VODs for some reason. I'm not sure if it's just a limitation on their end, or if it's just something they just want to be really narky about. I'm not too sure. Again, well, not again, but I'm not a developer, so I'm not sure what the go is with that, but yeah, it's something we've got to work around, deal with it. So that's what all the drivers are doing here as well, just dealing with the conditions, the traffic as it comes here. Manuel here in the Dallara. It looks like a Dallara anyway, definitely an MP2. Yeah, having to deal with the GCE traffic. So we've got Thomas here in the... Is that a P1? That's a P2. That's Dallara. And Lewis, yeah, here we go. Here's a prime example of Lewis. A prime example of someone dealing with stuff as they come. With LMP1, of course, you got a lot of traffic to deal with because you got pretty much 2 times the traffic as you do in P2. So there's another class below that you are considerably faster than. So
we had a chance to speak to Michael earlier. Just a blast speaking with him, learning a little bit about JVC's strategy and how they approach this race. Just very conservative and wanting to just kind of run a clean race, keep a clean car, and yep, stuck to that plan very well.
Following Thomas Johnson here, overtaking some lap traffic here in the Sapphire Sim Sport Bravo car. Still nice to see that. You know, people are still out ahead. Nice to see people being safe, being nice, being good on track. I think it's safe to say that if you've made it this far anyway, with just just over 5 hours to go, that's pretty. It's a pretty big achievement from all parties involved. So every driver and everyone else as well who are driving. As we've got Cameron from the is that the Onion Racing team or the Onion Racing team? Orion, my apologies. Running wide into Indianapolis here. Yeah, I got no words for that.
Yeah, hard to see blinking on our end, so cutting in and out, we didn't get the full scope of everything that happened there, but rough in the gravel, I'll have to clean the tires off.
Yeah, so iRacing does, I believe anyway, does model dirt and grass and whatnot on your tires. So when you've come off the track, of course you're going to have the less grip on the on your tires because you're on the grass or on the gravel. As we just see Theo there distracting me with my words here, as Lorik is also being startled by that GTE as well. But yeah, so yeah, when you go off track, of course you're going to be less than ideal with your grip level because obviously you're off the racing surface, you're off the most ideal bit of the track, the bit that's been dusted and the bit that's been cleaned the most by all the tires going over it. And then when you come back on, of course you're going to be you're going to have dust and remnants and stones and all sorts of crap on your wheels as well, so that definitely does affect performance with these slick tires for a little bit, possibly a straight or two, depending on how severe the off-track was. It was also will also affect you as well if you go offline through a corner or even just on the straight as well. I'm not sure if marbles are enabled in the session, but if you're not aware, marbles are pretty much what is kicked off your tires on the racing line. So either rubber, bits of carbon fiber in real life anyway, grass, gravel, dirt, stones, etc. Whatever's on the racing surface that's been ejected from these cars that hit almost 340 down the straight accurate LP1. You will collect those on your tires, and of course you're going to be lacking in grip because it's an uneven surface on your tire. Your tire can't grip as much. You're going to be slipping around having a fun time, like you're in a bathtub that's filled with Vaseline. It's quite scary. Don't do that. Come on board with Theo here, making a move down the inside of one of the GTEs coming to Arnage. As Martin mentioned, it's a pretty risque move doing that with the GTEs as the speed deficit, because it's such a slow speed section. It's one of the slowest speed bits, sorry, one of the slowest speed parts of the track, closely followed by the Ford chicane as we just saw there. I'm sorry, as we're going to cut to a replay here of Cameron, the Orion race team again. That's just where he went off, blinking a bit, but yeah, he just missed. Looks like he missed his braking marker and just ran wide. Possibly ran into the marbles, like I mentioned before, and just yeah, lost a bit of grip and went off track. Yeah, back to what I was mentioning before. Yeah, the run from Indy to Arnage is probably one of the slowest straights, definitely one of the slowest straights on the track here at the Circuit de la Sarthe is what I'm going to call it now, because we can't say the long. It's, I think it's licensing issues with the ACO, because the only sim ones they support technically are RF2, but let's not mention that. So with the P1s, it's pretty easy to get around a GTE through that section, because you can just boost a little bit, like boost 2 or 3% and get around them. So that's provided you have the ideal conditions of being really close to him and whatnot. Like if he's already halfway down the straight, there's no chance you're going to make up all that distance and then brake again in time to get around him. He's going to have to bite the bullet and take the couple of second loss for it. But in a P2, I would say it's probably more difficult to do it because you don't have, you don't have the boost potential that you do with the LMP1s. So, and even the even overtaking the LMP2s in a P1, so in Porsche or in an Audi, I'd say it's pretty difficult as well, because with the engine configuration with the two, they're actually pretty similarly powered. If you take the ERS deployment out of the equation, so like there were many times where I was just following LMP2s through Indianapolis, and I get on full throttle behind them. The auto ERS system will kick in for a few percent, but then after that, they actually start to pull away because I'm not using boost. It's not that dramatic of a change though between the two, but yeah, definitely still makes a difference. As Luke Pennington of the Fujiwara Sim Sport makes another similar move down the inside of Arnage. Kind of a lucky round here, coming out of the Porsche curves, just shows how fast those machines are through the Porsche curves versus any of the other classes. Even the LMP2s come up with the P1s. They've got a little less aero versus the LMP1s, so that means they can't really hold as much speed through the corners as the Porsche and the Audi can, because there's not enough aero downforce pushing down on the car to not make it scrub around corners. So as we're following Emil here, just hunting down that Porsche RSR there. getting out of the slipstream, getting back into the ideal place. And get tucked in, ready for the first northside chicane as Daniel follows through, who is actually leading the LMP2 class at the moment. He is currently a lap up on FTR Esports of Chevrolet. Actually, I may as well do a top 5 run through again, as we're pretty much the top of the hour here. Starting in P1 overall at the moment, the RLR Brazil Esports Black of Lewis Woods, currently in the pits, probably just stopping for fuel. In P2 is the RLR Brazil Esports Silver of is being piloted by Ryan Littlemore at the moment, tucking it through Indianapolis quite nicely. P3 is the SRA and IES Swiss Union team, currently piloted by Caillou Bassiner. Again, I'm going to butcher everyone's names. I sincerely apologize for that. Number 4, tragically still in the pits, the Fuja Simsport LMP1, who I believe they did mention that they have hung up their wheel for today. P5 is Valhalla Simsport Royale, again, piloted by my favorite friend, Lucky Brown. Still going good. P1 in the LMP2 class goes to the Aquiva Motorsports name URL again of Daniel Thomas. Again, can we get someone from this team in the chat so we can see how we pronounce that? In P2 is FTR Esports of Ryan Chevrolet, as we had an interview with before. Did have some good insights, I believe. P3 is the Fujiwara Simsport LMP2 car of Luke Pennington, making some good moves there. Really nice. Wait, did I? Oh, hang on. There was a position change on my timing sheet. I didn't see that. P3 is actually the Aquiva Motorsports AA Real Sony of Theo Schrodinger. My apologies. The iRacing thing is showing differently. And P5 is Sapphire Simsports Bravos, piloted by Thomas Johnson. So as we go to the GTE field, P1 is the Fuji Simsport GT car, piloted by Mike. Yep, you can see it. P2 is Lithium Motorsports, piloted by Nikolai Thrain, and C7 Corvette. P3 is P3 is Hashtag Racing, piloted by Flavio Centurio. Yeah, I'm going to butcher everyone's names. I apologize. P4 is Team DRC Blue, piloted by Fredo Coman. And P5 is JD Sim Racing number 299, piloted by Michael Cernba. I think.
That is actually 27 Motorsports, piloted by Luis Barbosa. Class.
My apologies, they obviously have changed positions this lap. And
Michael Sambrera is leading DCE and
yes, I can't see AM First Pro, in the Amfield P2, P1 is JD Sim Racing, piloted by Michael Cernba. P2 is Chaos Latin Gamers, piloted by Bruno Alcatraz. P3 is Aquiva Motorsports GT, piloted by Jonas Beckman. P4 is 27 Motorsports, piloted by Petrovac Gomez, I think. And P5 is Martini Racing ISRC GTE, piloted by Jan Ike Zanders. I didn't realize that. I entirely forgot that the Pro and the AMs were split in the GTE field. So I didn't name them out last time. I feel so bad.
I believe that split was only done inside of our overlay, not inside of iRacing, so that is understandable.
Yeah, as Jorai Ubink gets it again, all sorts of wrong there through the 4 chicanes there on the start-finish straight. Luckily parks it out of the way, as we've just got 4 hours 56 to go, as we've got Artie Boss chart of Stage 1 Racing Junior. Shortcutting the first Mulsanne chicane there a little bit. Obviously was too hot into the braking zone, and just decided that I'm carrying too much speed. I'm going to hit the wall, so I'm just going to shortcut it and take the slowdown.
I'm not sure why you cut it like that. I mean, there's a whole, cut zone with the, little chicane kind of thing. So that would have been my option, but everyone's got their taste.
He probably thought that he might have been able to get it stopped and then backed out at the last second. So
Alex Trevor looking comfortable in the 49 of Valhalla Simsport Royal.
Yeah. Looks like they've had a driver swap from Lockie Brown here. I'll refrain from using nicknames. So if you can't tell, I'm not sure if I mentioned this before, but I'm one of the drivers from the Valhalla Simsport Royal car, and I'm good friends with Lockie Brown in real life. So we've got an onboard shot here from Caillou Bassina. You can just see how slow it is for a P1 to just be stuck behind traffic from Indy to Arnage, and you can see him just weaving in and out of traffic, just trying to get past and trying to get the slipstream, as much slipstream as he possibly can, to come up through the Porsche curves, to try and lose as little time as possible. Currently sitting P3 with the, as you can see, with the lights on the side of the car, as Alex Trevor comes through the end of the Porsche curves. Again, looking planted. That car's looking really planted. In addition to Ryan Chevrolet's car as well, the FTR Esports car.
I want to highlight these guys real quick for a second. We've got news. We interviewed them earlier. It's just a two-man team between Ryan Chevalier and Jackson Lowry for the FTR Esports team. Their third driver lost power and never was able to connect or drive any laps. So the team was risking a DQ, but it sounds like they've got a third driver on the way. So they might be able to hold out second place, and maybe they can run down to Quiver Motorsports for something else.
It'll definitely be a story to tell around the fire if they can actually get a third driver in there. It is just insane having two drivers to take the car that far, this far into the race with just over 4 hours and 50 minutes to go here. That's an insane drive for both of them, and we did hear from Ryan earlier about the issues that they've been facing with the power outage, and they're finding a replacement driver. Props to them. I give them all the respect in the world. They've done an excellent job from this far. They're up 8 positions from where they qualified, so it's definitely interesting.
Morning, Spencer. Morning, Riley. How are you guys getting on?
I am good. We're joined here by Andrew Gatton here, who's joining us in the commentary booth today for a little while, I believe.
Yep,
how's it all
back.
going?
Couldn't get enough. I had to come back and say hello.
No, it's good to hear.
What have I missed? Last hour anyway.
The most notable, I think, anyway, is the Fuja Simsport LMP1 team getting punted, sideswiped, I should say, and promptly getting flipped out coming out of the second Mulsanne chicane. They've unfortunately hung up their wheel and are no longer racing.
Oh, that's very unfortunate. They're doing pretty well in the LMP1 field.
Yeah,
they were trying to push for that third place.
They actually, when they got taken out, they were in third, which is unfortunate. They're still holding on to fourth place there, sitting in the pits. However, they will slowly be gobbled up by Valhalla Simsport and Sapphire Simsport as well. So, yeah, unfortunate for them.
It's good to see that we've still got quite a lot of teams racing. Not many cars have, unfortunately, dropped out just yet. That's the good thing, is that the teams that have dropped out, it's been down to some legit reasons. Daniel Thomas is in the car for the top Equiver Motorsports Tolkien Pack team that we saw Marcus in yesterday. I'm sure he was back in this morning. He was saying last night that he would be back in again in the car, ready to run again.
Yeah, we've got the Equiver Motorsports GT. I think this is the AM class, piloted by Jonas Beckman. Yeah, sorry, brain can't think. Going through the Ford chicane there, just getting the car a little bit dancing on the curbs there, but not too much. Enough just to get around the corner, not too much to upset the car at all or get any floor damage. As we've seen from a few other prototypes, just dancing over the Ford chicanes and getting floor damage, especially the Dallara as well.
That car looks a bit worse for wear though as well. If you see the whole right side is just scraped to pieces, and you can see there is damage to the wing as well, so you can imagine they're not running their full downforce anymore.
No, definitely showing signs of battle here at this Circuit de la Sarthe, or not Le Mans as I'm starting to call it now. So it's still an impressive feat to have cars turning laps with how long have we been in the session for now?
We've
18?
been running 19 hours now. We've been racing with everybody.
So
Well, if you want to push it to 20, because we did have quali running and FP5 and all that as well. So
that's true. So we've been technically live for about 20 and a half hours now. I reckon it's still an amazing feat that these bruised cars anyway have been able to come back from whatever damage they've had, and be able to still compete. I believe an excellent example of this is the Valhalla SimSquad car, which is the car that I've been piloting. We had an engine failure a little while ago. This was during the night for me. This was way back at the start, and we had to box and repair the car. However, we're running P5 at the moment, which is we're going to have provisional P4 once we surpass Fuja in the pits, which again was very tragic. They shouldn't have been done like that, but it's been protested and it's been done. The car did take full responsibility for that, and they took the penalty.
That's good.
As we've just got a hang on, we've just got a Porsche of Halbo Antiqua of the Aeropigs racing team go wide at Indianapolis, and actually collecting another prototype there as well. You see him just going off into the gravel there and just letting it roll back ever so slightly and collecting another prototype, almost collecting a third prototype there, trying to get it turned around there and getting it back in the right direction. That rear-engined Porsche will definitely be hurting after that rear incident. It looked like a pretty big impact. Just a second. Did look like there was
That looks some serious rear damage there. He's going to have some lost downforce for sure.
I think that was Japay Keed of Tronso Racing here, as we
It's going to tap.
Just collected. As we heard from Martin before, there's actually a school that encourages racing, which is pretty cool. So it's be interesting to see where they are at the moment. Yeah, Japay is in the pits boxing after that incident, as no doubt Pablo will be as well. As no, he's actually staying out. That's incredible. The car must be at least functional enough for the AM team to be.
They might be just keeping it on until they get to switch their driver, and then they can do a bit of repairs. But
yeah, they might be close to their
Toronto's coming in to get some sort of repairs. So
yeah, go back on board with Pablo there. You can just see the rear of it once it comes back around and drives off from the camera. You can just see how much it's actually hurting, and you can even see on the that'd be the right side there. So the passenger side there, the bodywork is just pushed back into the car. And you can see there's a lot more of that rear right wheel shown than there is usually. That was where the impact actually happened. Let's come to Alex Trebek here of the Valhalla Sim Sport Royal guys, running off into the second the second Mulsanne chicane. Unfortunately, hitting the barrier in the process. Fortunately, that's only a tyre barrier and not a concrete barrier, but still will deal some damage to the vehicle, no doubt. As it gets slowly going there and back off. Back going again. As again, still here with Pablo. I just want to see that rear end one more time. Don't put that. Yeah, you can just see how much that's actually hurting. You see it's actually lifted up.
It does look like it's got some serious rear damage there. But again, they're probably going to run it into the pits. But Theo Schroeder, a Quiver Motorsports driver, we see him on a Monday night racing at the Quiver Esports Championship. Teo's probably one of the faster guys in the LMP2 field.
Go around a little more there, just getting caught up a little bit with traffic there.
That Porsche actually sliding off in the rear from behind. It was Jonas Beckman.
Just, runs a little bit wide there into, I believe that is Mulsanne corner. Fortunately, being able to keep it out of the wall here. Just get a really nice shot here of how fast these LMP1s and 2s are. If you're standing there, as we come through Indianapolis there, using pretty much all of the road there, and then some. Getting it done. As we're going to cut to another replay here. Dan Baird of Carrios Competition Apollo, I believe that is, going slowly there. Looks like down the second Mulsanne straight there. Either he blew an engine or he's ran out of fuel. Got to pit probably. Definitely have to get some insight from that team there to see how they're going. They've been stopped, I think, for quite some time now, so definitely probably could be engine related or potentially equipment related too. As we've got Alex here, he's gotten back going after his little four-wheel drive adventure. Luckily, the Porsche 919 is four-wheel drive equipped, so you definitely can go off-roading in those. As we've just got
bit of a spin for Manuel Weinitz.
Coming into the Ford chicane there, overcooking it just a little bit, getting caught out from the curbs there. They will catch you out if you're not careful. Luckily, he's gotten back going again. I'm not sure if he went into the wall or not. I'm not sure if we can get a replay on that, as we are going to cut to replay. The transition back just caught him out. It just rolls backwards gracefully. Luckily, no harm done to the vehicle. He might have sustained a tiny bit of floor damage from that, though, because on the inside of those chicanes there are some tiny yellow sausage curbs. And if I was him, I'd be checking the water temp religiously just to see if it does actually.
I think if anything, he's more got dirt in the intakes now from that incident. So I think it would be easier to clean with rolling the bits.
Unfortunately, this is not a rally stage, so you can't just run it through a water splash to clean it out. But I think there might be some water ingestion into the cabin as well. I think that'll be less.
Kaiu Bosner at the moment for SRA and IES Swiss Union LMP1.
Looking pretty good there in P3, taking it from Fuja. Looking pretty poised, pretty good there. We've got Luke Pennington coming out of the first chicane, rounding up his Beamer. Actually, his sister car here, the Fuja, sorry. Esports, sorry, Sim Sports GT car here. I always wonder.
Just to
Go on.
let you know, we've had Kairos Competition come into the chat saying they had a game freeze into the Ford Chicane that gave them the engine damage. So that could be serious for them.
I would classify that as pretty detrimental, and as we are there, we have them there sitting in the pits there, 6 laps down from the lead lap, getting it repaired. I would consider, hang on a sec.
The FA for Tronzo. Tronzo have had a decent night stint. I'm just trying to keep the car planted and out of the wall. They've had some really intense damage during probably the very early hours of the morning when I was last on. I tried to get a little bit more information, but the guys were too busy trying to fix the damage in the car. So it locks up a little bit coming into the end of the Mulsanne straight. Again, talking about Tronza, the driver Yeppe Cade was saying that we did actually have some major damage to the car last night, and they just tried to fix as much of it as possible to get them through the night.
It's definitely paid off for them. They are looking like they're pretty quick at the moment.
Just to let you guys know as well, Kairos, the number 63 Kairos is saying 32 minutes worth of repairs on the car at the moment for that engine damage, so they're going to be falling further and further down the order as we speak in the pits.
To be fair, that is pretty quick for an engine swap on a Delara, I think. But still, that is unfortunate for them. So.
Oh, and did you say that's Tronzo going wide, just missing out on that tire barrier.
That was very lucky for him not to get caught up in that in the Armco there. Luckily, he scrubbed off enough speed here because he's going to come to a replay of that. Looks like he locked up and just ran it just super wide and into the wall. Well, not into the wall, onto the escape road that's on the exit there, and fortunately was able to get it squared up and going straight. You can see he caught a little bit of air. You can see the car bouncing there on the exit.
Yeah, it's not good to be bouncing over the kitty litter like that.
No, I'd be worried about getting stones in your radiators there, especially because that's a P2 as he's back into the pits now. Not sure if that's for a scheduled stop or not, as we've got Caillou Bassiner here coming in for his scheduled pit stop. You see just dancing over the undulations of pit entry there. Really easy to get it wrong all over the pit entry there. And I've seen it before as well, that the drivers come out, they run out and actually spin out into the lane of the racing line.
That's Sapphire Sim Sport pushing now. They've got Loic in the car. Loic is by far probably one of the fastest drivers in the R18 today, especially for that car.
That's actually the RLR Brazilian Sports Black. They do it very similar.
Yeah, did I not get that one right?
You
No, I
said
was just saying just behind though. We were on Loic a minute ago. That's what I was saying, and then I was going to go on to the RLR Bruzy. Theo Schroeder, again running in the LMP2 class. He's in their second sister car today, Big AA. They've gained 13 places so far. It's been absolutely fantastic to see Theo in the car again. He actually won the Watkins Glen round of the Equiver Esports League, just holding off Marcus Soholm for the victory, and as we know, Marcus is a fast guy.
Got Ryan Chevalier here. I think we did mention this before, that I believe they did get a third driver So it'll be fortunate for them to be able to hopefully not get disqualified and to take it home for a P3 in class. As we've got Roger Schmucky, I think is how you pronounce it, and the SRA and IES Swiss Union LMP1 car. Looking pretty poised there going down Mulsanne Straight. As again, you can just see the impatience of actually. Hang on, we've got that that Porsche again off in the in Arnage. It looks like he just ran a little bit wide on the exit of Arnage, and unfortunately not being able to get the most optimal line out of there. Possibly picking up an off track there too. That's probably one of the few places around this circuit where you can pick up an off track. Yeah, it's pretty weird sometimes where you run it out onto the AstroTurf and it's you pick up an old 1X. So speaking of incidents, drivers around here have a 103 incident point limit. Which once hit, they will get I believe it's a stop and hold penalty. Let me just have a quick read for a second. You'll be penalised. I think that's up to the discretion of the race directors and the stewards. After which, if you accrue 154 total incident points, you will be disqualified. We've actually have had one, as far as I know, one disqualification already from the race. That was very, very early hours of the race. I think it was within the first hour and a half. I just want to go and try and find that. Give me just a second.
I can tell you about what actually happened with that disqualification. The driver, well, they had a bit of damage on the car. It was pretty much terminal. It was unfixable. So they were driving down the Mulsanne Straight. It was a team decision. And at the end of the Mulsanne Straight, they just didn't let off the power and plowed the car into the wall. And the stewards deemed that as being extremely dangerous. The fact that the car was sitting at 340 k's, plowing into the wall, it could bounce back and hit another car, as it can happen where it's not enough runoff for the cars to be settled into the gravel trap. So the commentators, the guys in the stewards box took a very rough look at it to start off with, and then they realised that this was a lot more serious, and they treated it as if it was a real life racing incident at which there could be serious injuries to the driver and could potentially cause injuries to other drivers with the fact the car could have went back out and damaged other cars. So they took the executive decision to disqualify the car from the race, just so that it didn't go back out on track after that intense damage. But it will be there is stuff that's going to be reviewed after the race, and that's one of the incidents that will be removed. It can be reviewed.
Definitely would echo the stewards with that specific incident. I was in the car at the time, I believe, so I didn't actually see it. But yeah, I would definitely echo what they said, that is extremely dangerous. While this is to some a game virtual, you might think about doing that. You've got to think about the other drivers and the other people who are racing as well, with the potential domino effect of while you're going out of your way, while you're while you're putting it off track, you're doing that, but there are safer ways to go about retiring the car. I assume that was their goal by plowing it into the wall at 340 km. You can just go the lap around and then just box and then just hang your wheel up there. Or you can just peel off to the side of the track, hit escape, and just jump out of the car that way too. But if you do plow it into one of the tire barriers, you can definitely bounce back and be put into the oncoming lane of other cars as well.
Yeah.
So definitely dangerous, and you could be flipped on your roof as well, so you actually have no way of moving out of the way.
Yeah, definitely.
So I definitely do echo the stewards there on that one.
It actually, talking about disqualifications, there was another team disqualification last night that is detrimental to the championship that a lot of people were very unhappy about, and yeah, we had to very much tell everybody that the decision was made at the time to stop any more issues going on track. So I do believe it was Team DRC Red in the LMP2 class. They'd already won the championship, okay? And they had some damage to the car. They didn't have a very good start to the race, and it was quite serious. So the car, then they went in and they formally retired the car, disconnected, and then about an hour later hopped back in the car and proceeded to drive the car around the track, from what I heard. And was just, they couldn't keep it on the track, so the stewards had decided to disqualify the car because they did actually retire it. So
yeah, sorry, hi guys, I'm back again.
Hey, Martin.
They decided to go back on track, but there was actually no way that they'd hit 90% of the class leaders' laps. There were already so many laps down for the race, so therefore they weren't going to score any points, and therefore we DQ'd the car to try and protect the safety of our other competitors on track. Because yeah, they did cause an incident whilst they briefly come back, which was rather an unusual thing to happen, but it is what it is.
yeah, and I want to echo the stewards on this stuff. Is that in the chat, obviously, it's important in our Discord that we try and keep it as clean as possible, and the stewards are definitely doing the best for everybody at the moment. So if you could just please hang tight and just not be too upset with any decisions that are made, and you can, I'm sure, have it out with the stewards after the race, but right now is not the time.
Yeah, and we're available most of the time if people want to talk to us, but yeah, if people are going to start throwing abuse around, then that's something different that we're going to have to deal with, because abuse will not be tolerated.
That is very true.
Shape or form. So, right, sorry, we're just setting up for a camera responsibility switch, so...
Not a problem. I can keep watching. So Manuel Wynet's in the Stage 1 Racing senior car at the moment. He's pushing around. Theo Schroeder going to probably end up overtaking the Ferrari just in front of him here. And down towards the Ford chicanes. Nicely done from him. Just settled the car down before the corner as well. As we know, Theo Schroeder is a very, very fast guy. As I said a little while ago, he managed to beat Marcus Solholm just a few weeks ago when it came to the Watkins Glen boot circuit for the Quiver Esports Round 2. He managed to hold him back to take the win. Alex Trevor running fourth at the moment for Valhalla Simsport Royale. The two Abruzzi cars are only about 19 seconds apart. Black and silver, black leading at the moment. But SRA are about 6 laps down on these guys. The RLR Abruzzi guys just plowing ahead. Boschart down in 11th at the moment in the junior team for Stage 1 Racing. Yori Ubink. And talking that, we've seen Yeltic Horsman as well. We saw him in the last championship. race at Twin Ring, Veggie. He had a reasonably good race. But I do believe that's Kairos. They have completely retired their car at the moment, just due to the damage of the car. They are... Oh, they haven't retired the car. I don't know why it was saying out. They are in pits. They've got some serious engine damage to their Dallara. So they had a 32-minute change when it came down to the engine. So hopefully we'll see them back out on track soon. Verve Racing team. They had an incident during the middle of the night. A little bit of damage to the car they had to repair. But they got back out on track with no much time to spare. Look, Pennington now coming into the pits. As Kairos come into the chat to correct me. I'm sorry, it keeps switching between out and pit on my screen in front of me, which is quite awkward. So I'm hoping that it's not a problem. Nicholas Reeves for Verve now trying to unlap their car a little bit more. Lap the car on the 27 Motorsports BMW M8. Ryan Littlemore for Team Silver in the RLR Abruzzi. Thomas Johnston now in the car for Sapphire Sim Sport Bravo. Josh Falk is having an insane stint last night in that car. Daniel Thomas now running in the first place position to Quiver Hulkenpat. Please bear with us as the cameras change around. Luke Pennington now going through the Forest Elbow. Fuga Sim Sport. They are on the same lap as the Equiver Motorsports AP, which is, I do believe, just in front of him at this moment. Having a little bit of a glitch out again, so again, please just bear with us as things go down. Yeah, it was a bit strange what was going on there. The whole screen is just completely frozen us, but we're back. Daniel Thomas. Lewis Woods in the lead. Unfortunately catching up to the Team DRC blue car. Good inside view there on the driver cam. 58 seconds behind now is the second car, the silver, for the RLR team. But it does look like at the moment that the top three is going to stay as is if there's no further issues. So that will be a 1-2 for the RLR Abruzzi Esports team. And in third is going to be the SRA and the IES Swiss Union squad. Bit of a glitch out again on screen.
Yeah, sorry about this. We're trying to connect. I'm trying to remotely control Spencer's cameras, but doesn't particularly like it at the moment, unfortunately.
Maybe does he need to change his view?
I think he may not have the camera file that we were using. That might be the issue. I shall
Could
send
be.
that to him. If he goes back to local mode for a little bit longer, then we'll sort that issue out.
So guys, just bear with us just now, as we're just getting ready to switch over onto the next broadcast setting for today, as it's getting late for the two Ravens guys. Contact commentators. I think it's okay, Dane. We're just waiting for it all working. Martin knows what he's doing with all this kind of stuff. If you want, I can echo the message over to Martin if you would like a little bit of help, but I think it's just a case of trying to get the full set of cameras up and running. But yeah, we're still on board with Lewis Woods at the coward. We're back on full for the cameras. Luke Pennington running in fourth at the moment for this Fuga Sim Sports LMP2. Unfortunately, their LMP1 car had terminal damage and they had to retire the car, unfortunately. So their LMP2 field is, well, let's face it, one of their only hopes at the moment for the prototype field. But it does look like they haven't had much position change in the GT field either. Fuga Sim Sport now running hard. See, just behind them is the Verve Racing Team Black. Ooh, a little bit of understeer going into that corner for Luke Pennington. It's a nasty one to get wrong there because it's just gravel trap. Sapphire Sim Sport Bravo is on the same lap as these guys, and so is the Equiver Motorsports AA car, which is sitting in third at the moment. So this could be critical. FDR Esports running firmly in second at the moment, with the Equiver Motorsports Hulkenpat team running in first position. So if the Fuga car can make up some places over this next 4 hours, they could be in for a shot of taking on the Team 2 Equiver car. They're wanting that third position in the LMP2 field. Sapphire Sim Sport again still being on the same lap as Fuga, so we could see their car move up into position.
Yeah,
Hello
I
there,
think the
Andrew.
car's been in the pit lane for 34 minutes now, so I think that might.
Is that
If
for
that car
the?
doesn't come out in the next half hour, then I think that'll be them done. They had an issue. They got fired into the wall, I believe. The exit of the first
Is
chicane.
this the LMP1 car? Is it?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
sorry, you're talking LP2.
Yeah. No. No.
Yeah,
No. It's
so
all
Tom
right.
Brunson is chasing that car down. He was, when I was last on board, checked in with Tom in the Bravo car. He was 20 seconds back, and now he's only 13. So
He's definitely
whatever
making
he's
some
doing
time up.
there, he's absolutely making some time up.
Fuga, the Fuga team though, is getting caught in a little bit of traffic at the moment with that LMP1, trying to switch back on him, going round the first chicane, which is a little bit awkward there to do it, but you know the LMP1s, every time they see a gap, they'll go for it.
Definitely
Sure,
came
that's
down
been
to that, Judah.
driving the stewards mad today. Luke Pennington, still running in fourth at the moment. There's not going to be too much of a change for the next couple of laps anyway, but as we were saying, Tom in the Sapphire Simsport Bravo car is closing in fast, so we could see an on-track battle within the next few laps between Fuga and the Simsport Bravo, the Sapphire Simsport Bravo car. As we see the LMP2 class coming into the final 4 hours as well. And we can maybe switch to the GT class for a little bit. We've really kind of neglected them since we've been seeing this Fuga battle. As the game's doing its little flickering thing again. Again, bear with us. We're just trying to switch cams at the moment.
Unfortunately, everything isn't bug-free. There are some issues with, like this, for example, we do have. So if anyone has any seizure issues, I apologize. With or any motion sickness as well, I think the camera switching will definitely wreak havoc with that. I think we're back good now.
Yeah, I think we're back with it again. It's a little bit stuttery, but it still fixed itself. But Lewis Woods now running top of his class right now in the LMP1 field. They're
Currently
a
a
whole
minute
minute
up.
ahead of their own teammates, I would say.
I still find it impressive how they're both on the same lap with just over, I keep messing that up, just over 4 hours and 13 minutes to go to tie up this 24-hour endurance race here at the Circuit de la Sarthe.
I think it's fantastic seeing the two cars being up there for the push right to the end.
Definitely.
It's a shame that we're not going to see too much of a fight for the lead or even just positions, as there's so many cars, so many laps down in the LMP1 field. I mean, 25 laps to fourth, between fourth and first at the moment. So I think, 19 laps is too much to make up in 4 hours, I would say, unless SRA have an issue.
Especially because, at least I can definitely vouch for me, the distance that I've put in for Valhalla. We're not the fastest team out here. We're just a one-off entry here. I'm not sure if RLR, if both RLR cars are one-offs as well. I would look at the lineup sheet. But we're definitely still putting out some times though here with Alex Trevor in the car. The fastest time, I believe, set by Lucky Ground, which is a 3:10.517 second. But still definitely a respectable time from one of the slower, I'm going to say slower team, but they're going to be ridiculed later. So we've got an onboard replay here, from Bruno Alcatraz. One of the AM cars just mounting the curbs in the first chicane, first
They
Mustang
made up
chicane.
quite a lot of positions up for Chaos Latin Gamers. They didn't actually get to qualify yesterday because they didn't complete the 10-lap mandatory practice for the cars. So they didn't get a chance to do their quali.
It is unfortunate, but still nice to see that they're still lapping with this amount of time left in the session. As again, Alex just showing off the downforce capabilities of the LP1 here. Bit of an insight, that actually was a slowdown penalty. I can see Alex is weaving there in anger. Since I'm spectating as a part of that team, I can see when I get black flag. So, yeah, definitely overextending there a little bit more. As we come on board, yeah, so come on board to Quinton here from Holder Racing here. Currently P7 in the standings. 4 positions down from his qualification position.
They had a few little issues. I mean, they weren't necessarily the fastest guys in here either, but they had some good moves early on in the race, and it was just a little bit of a, rough and tumble battle to try and keep them back up in that positions again after some damage. Nikolai Frayne for Lithium Motorsports.
I think this is one of the pro teams in the GTE class.
Yeah, you got that right.
Finals ever in that C8 Corvette. Come back to the AM class with Luis Barbosa in, I believe that is the...
It's 27 Motorsport BMW.
There you go.
Boschart as well.
And the graphical issues again with iRacing, with the cameras. Definitely interesting to see the cameraman swapping to like 5 different positions on track within half a second of each other. That is some insane movement there from the cameraman.
That's we've got the best cameramen here at the ISREC, am I right?
Better than Formula 1, am I right?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is right now. Ryan Chevalier saying that he's done over 200 odd laps now in that car.
That is just insane.
We should be okay for a little bit, as we're going to be trying to connect the SDK via another room, as there could be some sort of conflict going on in the background.
As we've got a replay from Ryan Chevalier. I'm not sure if this is actually a replay or not, but he is going around the circuit normally. Just got a message from Dane Bard a couple minutes ago from one of the Karios competition cars. It's saying they're not retired, they're just waiting for repairs.
Yeah, I said that was due to me. It kept on flashing up on the screen that they were out. Yeah, so the fact that it said that they were out made it kind of awkward for me, and then as soon as I said it, it said they were pits, and then I went back to look at it again and they were out, and I was like, can you decide if you're retired or not, please? So, yeah, no, they're just fixing the damage they had. They had about 32 minutes of repairs to their car, so we should see them back out soon.
That was an engine issue with, I think it was a 50-50 slide on the Porsche. Sorry, the Ford chicanes. I keep messing that up. Of course, the Porsche chicanes and the Ford chicanes. Sorry, the Porsche curves. Yeah, I didn't go wrong there. I just had Lockie Brown in the YouTube chat saying, "Nah, bro, we'll get the 19 laps easy. Got to keep the positivity." And fastest cameraman in the West. That is correct. So gotta keep that positivity, especially if you're in a car so far down. Yeah, if you're one of the bottom percentile cars, sometimes it might be hard for you just to keep going and to have the motivation to keep pushing. But I can definitely say that you really should keep pushing. There's no reason why you should let off, because realistically, there's still 4 hours left of this race. This isn't like an IMSA race where you can just pick up another one in like an hour. So realistically, those IMSA races are 45 minutes anyway. Realistically, nothing can really happen in 45 minutes, but you have 4 hours to go here. You know, you might have engine issues with one of the front runners, or you might have track limit issues. Someone might get a penalty, etc. So you definitely could make up a position or two. That's why you should keep pushing all the time. Try and get those lap times down as much as you can.
I agree with you there, Riley. As we see Daniel Thomas, we're on board with him at the moment. It's just watching him driving around. Quiver Motorsports, Hulk Pat team, they were 17 places down from the start, and they've just, you know, I think Marcus Solholm is the sole reason that they are up in that position at the moment. Fantastic drive from him has put them back up into P1.
That is an incredible drive to start from almost. I'm not sure if is that 18 entries total in LMP2, except that is.
Yep.
They were on the final row of the LMP2 grid. And now they're sitting on pole position, or provisional pole anyway. That is quite an impressive drive there from the Equivalent Motorsports team.
Yep.
So yeah, it just goes to show that, again, I'm just mirroring what I've said before, that even if you start at the back of the grid, yeah, I would beg to say that you don't need to qualify for a race like this.
Qualification don't, no.
Qualification makes it a little bit easier to get out of traffic if you're like a faster team, like some of the Abruzzi guys. You know, the Abruzzi Esports Black and Silver cars. You know, it might be easier for them to stay at the front, so they don't get caught up with everyone else and all of the incidents. But if you're like a midfield team, you know, there's really no point to quali. Because realistically, you've got 24 hours where events are going to happen all over the shop. I hate to wish it on people, but you know, you could be taken out, you could have engine issues, and that could play into the hands of the other teams that can potentially take advantage of that. So
it's very true here. And Daniel Thomas is just, you know, extending their lead just a little bit more every lap. He's lapping 3:28 O's at the moment, and that was his faster lap. About 3:31s. I think the tires are starting to go a little bit off on him. But still 3 seconds down off his best times. It's not bad. He's been very consistent today.
As speaking of tyre wear and tyre usage, we're going to see times increase here a little bit more as well. It's now turned to partly cloudy in the nice countryside of France, with a temperature of 24 degrees and a track temp of 28 degrees. It's all in Celsius. So I think we should probably do another top 5 rundown. I think. Sorry, we've just got a message from Ryan Hartledge. Saying that the Carrios Competition Apollo car is back out and is feeling okay, so that is good to hear from those guys. They're hopefully trying to make up some time, make up some track places, and hopefully try and get as good a result as they possibly can with 4 hours to go. Speaking of, let's do a quick rundown of the top 5 guys. So in P1, obviously, still got the RLR Abruzzi Esports Black car being piloted by Lewis Woods here. It's a stellar drive from them at the moment. P2, we have the RLR Abruzzi Esports Silver car piloted by Ryan Littlemore. P3, we have the SRA and IES Swiss Union car which is actually conveniently behind them, but is actually 6 laps down from the lead lap. Car number 4 is the Valhalla Simsport Royale car, piloted by Alex Trevor at the moment, which again is just down the road from P23. And P5, we have the Sapphire Simsport Alpha car, piloted by Lewis Sanderson, which is just up the road from those guys. So definitely interesting to see that they're all grouped together. For LMP2, we have the Quiver Motorsports. Can you pronounce that for me, please, Andrew?
The Hulkenpat team. Hulkenpat. I think it's a difficult one. We actually had Marcus come in and try and explain it to us, and I wasn't there. But I do believe Hulkenpat is as close as probably the English-speaking world will probably manage it. So.
Alright, I'm going to go with Hulkenpat there, piloted by Daniel J. Thomas here, currently in the pits taking his fuel stop. P2, we have FTR Esports, piloted by Ryan Chevrolet. Again, the car that has ran now for 20 hours, or just about 20 hours, with 2 drivers at the moment. I'm not sure if they're getting a 3rd driver there.
They did.
P3.
I was going to say as well, I do believe they managed to source a 3rd driver. Due to a power cut, they managed to find somebody.
Well, that is very good to hear for that team. They hopefully won't get a DQ. P3, yes, is the Fuja Simsport LMP2 team, piloted by Luke Pennington. English is pretty hard for me, apparently. P4 is the Sapphire Simsport Bravo car, piloted by Thomas Johnson here. And P5 is the Quiver Motorsports AA Rilistoni car, I think, being currently piloted by Leif Weichel.
Yeah,
cool.
Leif Weichel.
GTE Pro. P1 currently is held by Fuja Simsport GT, piloted by Mark. I'm not going to pronounce that. P2. There you go. P2 is Lithium Motorsports, piloted by Nikolai Thrain. Again, I love that C8 Corvette. It looks so nice.
It does look so good.
P3 is hashtag Racing, piloted by Ricardo Durat. I hope I got that right. Yeah. P4 is Team DRC Blue, piloted by Fredo Coleman. He's coming through Arnage there in that nice BMW Chunky Boy. And P5 is 27 Motorsports White, piloted by Luis Barbosa. We go to GT Am now. JD Sim Racing is still ahead, piloted by Michael Sembera, I think. P2 is Carlos Latin Gamers, piloted by Bruno Alcatraz. P3 is Quiver Motorsports GT, the AM division obviously, being piloted by Jonas Beckman. He's been in the car for quite a while now, I think. P4 is 27 Motorsports, assume the AM team as well, being piloted by Kutrovac Gomez. And P5 is Martini Racing ISRC GCE, being being piloted by Sebastian Rain. Fun fact about this team, they have not lost a position at all. They qualified P5 in class, and they are still very much P5 in class. I think that's quite impressive.
Yeah. And that is lining off there, but we're back with Stage 1 Racing Junior, with Artie Boschart in the car at the moment. 5 kilometers behind is only the RLR Abruzzi car Silver, as they went into the pits for their pit stop. Chevrolet, FTR Esports car, still running second at the moment. It does look like they might stay second currently.
You can see if you were spectating here at Circuit de la South, and you didn't have the timing sheet on your phone, you can tell who is leading based on the colors, on the lights on the side of the cars. So the LMP1s and the LMP2s both have position lights. As you can see there next to that nameplate, the number 66. He's got 2 lights illuminated, showing that he is in P2. We have some more camera hiccups here. I think we're good now. As,
Yeah, back with Ryan again.
It's coming down to Indianapolis now. Or the Toyota hybrid sign. Is it a bit sacrilegious that there is a Toyota hybrid sign, but yet there's no Toyota in iRacing?
Maybe one day. Maybe one day
Maybe.
we'll get a Toyota.
Maybe we can have the three-way fight for the LP1 champion. With,
It might
those
even
three.
be just their LMH car, because they pioneered the LMH Shida, so it would be interesting to see if that's the car that they throw in, or if it's going to be the Scuderia Cameron Glickenhaus one, because obviously it's an American one. It'll be easier for the iRacing team to look at.
This is very true. iRacing do laser scan everything that is in this game. So the tracks, the cars, the people aren't laser scanned because they're flat 2D images. But every piece of content that you pay for on this platform is laser scanned and is accurate. I'm gonna go with a millimeter or a tenth of a millimeter. I'm not too sure, but it is pretty bloody accurate.
Yeah, if it's not accurate, they do try and fix it.
So you can immerse yourself and be the next. Oh yeah, I mean, I was going to say Nicky Tim, but you can't really be Nicky Tim because there's no Aston Martin in this. You can be the next great WEC driver.
Nick Tander.
Yeah, there you go, Nick Tander. If you chuck on a VR headset, you can look around the
Nick
cockpit.
Tandy, not Nick Tander. Nick Tander's a bloody touring car driver from Australia. Sorry,
Oh.
boys.
That's why he sounded so familiar.
Yeah, I was gonna
gosh.
say.
We'll get there in the end.
Yeah.
Either choose an endurance driver or a V8 supercar driver, which is arguably endurance depending on
I mean, we
what
could-
event they are.
Hold on, we'll just say that one of the drivers in the Verve Racing car is Fabian Coulthard from now on, and then we'll just call this V8 Supercars. Why not?
That sounds good.
It is a V8 in the back of the Dallara P217s, you are correct. Fair
Yeah.
enough.
I mean, just a ton more downforce, but I mean,
And
weighs a lot
traction
less.
control.
Yeah, traction control. We've got the car doesn't have ABS though.
No,
neither
this
cars
car,
do.
no.
no.
But you don't have
the-
a sequential stick shift either.
Oh, that's true.
that
Yeah,
is-
that's another thing.
It is a
Flappy.
I think it's a pneumatically shifted gearbox in the Dallara, powered by the flappy paddles on the back of the wheel. Whereas the V8 supercars indeed do have a sequential shifter in the middle.
Dog box. Dog
It
box,
is,
no.
it's so good. And I believe it's actually a locked spool differential as well in the back of them, from
Yeah.
memory.
They were
which is
also
very nice.
talking. They were also talking about taking it to flappy paddle, but every single driver was completely against that for the new season next year. So
It's completely
wonder-
understandable.
yeah,
I think the reason why they've kept it as the sequential shifter for so long is that they were trying to keep it relatively like the road-going car. Obviously, the road-going cars, so the Ford Falcon, the Ford Mustang now they've changed it to, and the ZB Commodore, which is no
Yeah.
longer in production, unfortunately, don't have sequential dogbox gearboxes in their road-going cars. It's still kind of like what it is on the road.
Yeah.
Of course, they keep the sedan models for the Falcons when they were originally, and also the Commodores.
I do believe it's the only series at the moment in the world that runs sequential gearbox from the dog box standard in the middle of the car nowadays, because they've got British Touring Car is most of the cars anyway I know of, or they all run from flappy paddles, and DTM all run from flappy paddles, and I'm pretty sure Trans Am as well, they run flappy paddle now as well on most of their cars. So it's really strange to see all that.
No, it
Roger
is.
Schumecki.
It is good fun watching it though. I think
Oh,
we're
it
having
definitely
some
is.
more camera issues. Yeah. I'm yet to go see a race myself, but just even watching it on stream is nice. As Sebastian Rain, that was an actual replay there. Sebastian Rain going overcooking that into Arnage and
We
spinning
saw
out.
it actually live happen as well, but yeah, just a little too much speed on the rotation of the back of the car, and yeah, he just kicked the back end out. Maniti running 5th at the moment. They are 5 laps down off the leader. But they are going to make the 90% cut. So is the Aero Pigs Racing. It's the only cars left, as far as I'm aware. It's RSR Esports Amps out. We lost a lot of the amateur teams throughout the night.
We've only got 6 cars down from 14, so that's over half of the cars on track, at least in the AM class anyway. Still, great props to everyone who's kept it shiny side up at the moment. It is. I'm gonna keep praising everyone. It is a hard task to do, to keep going and to keep it shiny side up for so long. Especially, I'm not sure where everyone's from in this.
Most
for
of the
example,
teams are of European origin here. At 24 Hours of Le Mans of the ISREC, Sebastian Rain and that Maniti, I do believe, are kind of made up of a large percentage of German drivers. There's a few others. I think the XRL esports team and the PPR esports team were both kind of Iberian origin. If you can correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Which team was that again? Sorry.
The XRL esports.
XRL esports.
I can't see that on the.
Sorry, 222.
Yeah.
So XRL esports, Mexico.
Okay,
West
the Mexican.
was their club, UK and Ireland and Scandinavia.
Okay.
There are a few Iberian people in here. In iRacing, you can actually see what club they're a part of, even if it's a non-official session. I want to bring your attention to JD Sim Racing, who is actually leading the AM class at the moment.
Yeah.
In GTE. Everyone's from Central Eastern Europe.
Yeah.
So it's it's a testament to them just being able to stay awake for that long, since everyone would roughly be in the same time zone. There's no one really to cover the overnight sessions, so there's going to be people who's going to be pushing themselves to the absolute limit fatigue-wise, making sacrifices. So this is ran. I'm not sure about you guys, but this is, for me anyway, it's a Sunday night. So people are pushing themselves and staying up like super late, or even for the whole event. You're compromising your work schedule almost for the next day. So it's definitely props to them for staying up, alive, and in P1, which is an increase of 8 positions from their qualifying place.
For us right now in the UK, it's just gone 22 minutes past 11 in the morning. I was up until 2 o'clock last night doing. I was off comms at 1 and was just doing a little bit of mini admin work, helping out as much as I could in the background for a good little while, and then I hopped off to get some sleep. So and then I woke up as my alarm went off at 8 o'clock this morning, and I just groaned. I was just like, can I have 5 minutes?
At 8 o'clock? Blimey. I went to bed at midnight, got up at 5:30.
Jeez, you guys are insane. I did my stint. Sorry, go. There you go.
Isaac, our ISRC founder and chief head steward, as you were. We do have a hierarchy of head stewards, so that's why he's chief head steward. Yeah, I don't think he's gone to bed yet.
No, he's been up all night.
Probably up at 8 AM local time yesterday, which is early for him anyway. I'll give him a little dig on the TV, as it were. And then, yeah, no, I'm not sure he has actually been to bed yet. So he's done an absolutely astounding job. And yeah, just under 4 hours left.
It was impressive as one of the BMWs rudely runs over our camera. I take quite offense to that.
Oh, you can pay for it.
Get
his number plate. Get his number plate, boys. Ferguson Sport still running in third at the moment. The Quiver car still chasing down think you can just see him in the background. I'm wondering if that's him. I can't see it. But yeah, Louis is now in the car for the Quiver Motorsports car.
I actually think Luke and Leaf, this is for position actually, for P8.
Oh yeah, the Quiver car has popped out of nowhere. Quiver car has managed to overtake, I think, over that pit stop period.
Yeah, so the Quiver car will have fallen back as it has made an extra pit stop. Well, sorry, it's made an extra pit stop, but on lap 325 it made a pit stop, and then Luke Pennington in the Ferguson Sport MP2 car through lap 331 made his 33rd pit stop. But yeah, with only 6 laps between those 2 pit stops, they're about half a stint offset from each other, so it'd be... I don't know who's going to come out on top at this stage. The teams will be already back timing it, but either way, there's less than a gnat's hair between those 2 cars at the moment.
As they now go side by side down on the straight down to Indianapolis. As my brain has a mental fart there for a second. Just going through the Toyota hybrid sign. They're still too wide into the braking zone. Quiver does take that P8 and takes it and runs. Come back to Lyden Lee of the Verve Racing Team Black, I believe that is. It's cut off there on the climbing tree. Currently P6. He's had an increase of 6 positions since the start where he qualified. I'd say that it is a sizable gain for them. Roger Schmucky here again coming through Indianapolis. Getting caught up a bit by some traffic, by some P2 traffic, as he hits his boost button, his fun button, and gets around him.
Talent button, is what we call it. Talent button. Yeah.
I'm just gonna say for a sec, that is an impressive name there by that number 12. Sorry, by the P12 car there. Sorry, they're rubbing doors almost down the second Mulsanne straight down to the Mulsanne corner.
Yeah,
definitely.
Sorry. Yeah, interesting to be rubbing doors when you're 6 laps apart on track, but yeah, some would say a little bit unnecessary. But no, Silas Nikolaisen, we skip his middle name when we do the broadcasts of the Quiver Motorsport Championship on Monday evenings. But yeah, no, a very quick driver. Unfortunately, obviously, has come cropper a few times in the Tronso racing car throughout the race, and currently sitting P12 in the class.
Very respectable drive from him. As we come on to Dion here coming into Indianapolis and trying to keep track position from Quinton here. Quinton is 2 positions up from him. However, he's just trying to keep that track position there. Does have blue flags that are being waved at him, so it would be a little bit cheeky for him to be holding him up. But Quinton does get past and says, "See you later, mate," and takes off through the Porsche chicanes. Sorry, the Porsche curves. Keep getting it wrong.
Yeah, you love
2
it.
sets of chicanes. There's a right, a left, and a right. That's fine. Yeah, so the Stage 1 racing cars are all 3-line astern. They Stage 1 racing do a lot of endurance racing. They don't actually ever do any qualifying, so they've managed to keep it line astern for 20 hours so far. Just a lap or so covering all of those cars.
That's impressive. As Brownie, as Lucky Brown, back in the car for Valhalla Simsport. Hopefully he might be able to punch another fastest time for that team. Brownie has done a 3:10.52 for him. That is the 3rd fastest, I think, in all of LMP1 here today. So as we got Ryan Chevrolet coming around the outside, rounding up some GTE traffic, trying to just navigate around them as cleanly as possible. I just want to mention the lap records at the moment, which is currently owned by, give me a sec, currently owned by the Abruzzi Esports Silver car, the Porsche 919, I believe it is, with a 3:08.99. I think that is quite an impressive time guarantee with race pace. They qualified a 3:09.6, so a little bit quicker, but again, that was quality fuel. That was theoretically ideal conditions. The second record is held by the Abruzzi Esports Black car, which is the Audi, which is a 3:09.35. And then, as I mentioned just before, the third lap record is held by Lockie Brown, which is a 3:10.52. So definitely can see how we are, how positioned we are in the standings.
Ryan Littlemore going through in second at the moment. He's trying to get past Theo Schroeder in the second LMP2 a quiver car, who I do believe is now in third place in the standings at the moment. Lockie Brown's in the car for Valhalla.
You see him just bouncing over the Ford chicane curves there. Definitely wouldn't want to be on board while he's driving. We're just going to cut to a replay here of Mark Mestras of the Aeropigs racing team. Again, we've
Just
seen this a lot. Yeah, hits much up on the inside. I haven't seen it like that before, but we definitely have seen a lot of mistakes here at Arnage here, and probably reversing a little bit too much into the racing line. However, didn't slow anyone, so no foul. It's got Lewis Sanderson here navigating around some GTE traffic. Of course, piloting the Sapphire SimSport Alpha car. 3 laps down from the closest competitor, 28 down from the Abruzzi Esports Black car, who's now been running for about 20 hours, 18 minutes and 37 seconds, according to my iRacing timing tree. We've got about 3.5 hours to go, or thereabouts, give or take 10 minutes. Starting to come into the final hours of the race. Everyone's going to be tired, everyone's going to be fatigued. It's going to be interesting to see how many more mistakes are going to be made here versus at the start. At the start, everyone seemed to be really pushy, really fighty, pretty not anxious, but pushy to get started. I did see a few risque moves made. However, since we have started, or since we've gone on in the race, it's calmed down a little bit. But yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how many mistakes are made from just fatigue versus just general pushiness.
That's very true. As Louis is coming up to one of the lap cars, the Verve Racing LMP2 car. He's got to get around him. I can imagine that will be pretty easy. But Ryan Littlemore in the second Abruzzi Esports team.
Yeah, just on the incident thing, we had the first 3 in LMP1 covered by less than a minute for the majority of the race. Unfortunately, with Ferguson Sport Car no longer being in that battle, there is a minute gap between the top 2. But yeah, we went through a good period. So we haven't actually had any incidents filed, no incident reports filed for about 2 hours now, and in the previous 4 hours we had none of those reported either. So yeah, it certainly is a bit of attrition has taken its toll on the field, and I think that's probably one of the reasons why we saw Mark Mistress Pie in that bright yellow Porsche spin the inside of Arnage. Just a bit of fatigue setting in for him, and yeah, hoping to make it through the end.
You took the words right outside my mouth there, Martin. I was just about to talk about how we haven't actually seen any incidents. I bet you Isaac is happy that he can just have a sit down and actually potentially shut his eyes for 5 minutes from all of that stuff. And in saying that as well, all the other stewards that we have on as well, I know for a fact that One of my friends in the Australian team has not slept either. So, yeah.
We're gonna, yeah, just again. Oh, actually, hang on. So we're gonna come to a replay here of Mark here, or Make, just overcooking it into the pit straight here, hitting the curve on the outside and going for a bit of a drift entry. Thinking this is probably Formula D.
Yeah.
That entry looks like what most people, what most P-plate Australians do on a Saturday night when it's just a little bit raining outside. They're in a VE Commodore. They like to go street drifting. It's pretty funny.
True, Brogans, bro. They're Bogans. Sorry, I had to throw that in there. Oh god. I would love to visit Australia though. I personally would.
It is actually really fun. It's really good. I love it. The internet's not bad. Oh, sorry, the internet's pretty bad, but aside from that, it's actually really cool. Really cool, really fun.
Just want to go to Australia just for the lifestyle. To be honest with you, that's really all I would do it for.
Really nice driving roads around where I live. So.
Oh yeah. We've got plenty up here in Scotland, but you have to be careful because it's normally raining all the time. So
Yeah,
if you're doing
definitely.
it, if you're wanting to drive like Colin McRae, I suggest that you don't do it. I suggest you just don't do it.
Well,
in the
he was
UK.
from Scotland, wasn't he?
Yeah, you just don't do it here. One, because all it takes is for like just a little bit of understeer in a corner, and then you're into a field that has a drop of maybe 20 feet. Or it could be you into a tree and then you roll down a mountainside, and you don't want that. So
Literally the same with me. You understeer through a corner and you hit a tree and then you fall into like a gully, which is like a 25-meter drop.
whereabouts in Aussie are you from then?
So I'm from Southwest Victoria.
Oh,
So I'm literally an hour away from the Great Ocean Road. Oh, actually, maybe like an hour and a half from the Great Ocean Road. So.
that's fair enough. Yeah, the one place that I personally want to go is Melbourne. Stay near around Melbourne, Sydney, whatever city really. And then personally, would like to go and visit the Gold Coast quite a lot. Just Gold
Like-
Coast for me is probably something special.
The Gold Coast is really fun.
Yeah.
I went up there at the start of the year, and my friend got me it was like for Christmas. It was like Christmas, New Year stuff. It was a V8 jet boat experience.
Oh wow.
And it was just awesome. Like he went around the bay and just took us around and showed us around. It was awesome.
That's fantastic.
So, but yeah, no, Melbourne's good fun as well. There's just a lot of like small little shops, like local shops, like you see nowhere else.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool. And the graffiti, there's like graffiti like alleyways. So you know how like some cities and some councils are like, no, don't graffiti our walls, please. Whereas Melbourne, they actually,
Encourage
I'm not
it.
sure if they do, but yeah, they encourage it. There's this one guy. He's on Twitter and he's on TikTok and whatever by the name of Lush Sucks, and basically he does comedic graffiti things.
Oh wow.
So, for example, when Donald Trump was impeached, he did an artwork.
Commemorating the occasion.
Yeah, and it was Donald Trump's face, and it was him on a peach, and it says, "Help! I've been impeached" or something. I don't know. I forget.
Oh god, that's
But
hilarious.
but yeah, and then there was just an egg to commemorate the most liked picture on I think it was Instagram.
Yeah, that was. I don't even get it. I don't. But yeah, let's get back to the racing as we got Arnold Agema right now in Stage 1 Racing green car. Stage 1 not having the best of starts to the race today, but Sebastian Rain taking it into the wall. At least it was a tyre barrier, but he is going to have some damage. Yeah, he's tried to drive there, and then somehow...
And then I think he towed from there,
Yeah.
unfortunately. Probably could have driven into the pit lane, but risking. Oh no, he is actually still driving. He just blinked for the streamer's computer. Definitely could have probably driven it into the pits with a knee, and he could have risked an unsafe pit entry. I'm not sure if that is something that the stewards.
They had an issue yesterday with Twisted LMP1, took it into the forward chicane and slammed it right into the wall, and then they had to take it into the pit lane. So they basically went right across all traffic and then into the pit lane across the grass, which you can't do.
They
got a
cut.
penalty for that.
They cut me off.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't me in the car, but there was our car that I nearly hit. So I definitely reported that, and they dealt with it accordingly. As you need to follow the lines. Sorry, I'm just going to go to another replay here. Lewis Sanderson of the Sapphire SimSport Alpha going into Indianapolis, missing the track altogether and turning in a little bit too early, and spinning it off onto the runoff area. Fortunately,
Good for him to stop it.
Yeah, fortunately, if he went back probably another 50 meters, he would have fallen through the earth there. There is no wall back there, and you will fall through the earth, and you will get a forced tow through there. And then he spins it again into...
I think the tyres are very warm.
Yeah, the tyres would definitely be warm at that point, especially because he just was on the power all the time. Another replay here from... Lyden Lee of the Verve Racing Team Black. Again, same thing into Indianapolis here. Just runs it out and just vanishes. Just into the shadow realm. And there we go. That's what I was talking about before. You will get insta-towed because you fall through the earth.
Need to fix that.
Following. So we're following Sebastian Rain here. Trundling down just past Mulsanne Corner. Passing the Rolex sponsor signboard here. They only need to put a wall or fix it maybe. Here we go. Got another on board here with Leiden with that incident before. Just comes across and just misses the marker. Takes it into the escape road and just goes, see you later, mate. God was like, no, you're not going.
You should have probably dropped into fifth at that point and just tried to turn it into the corner, but he just completely misses it.
Yeah, I reckon that was a result of the fatigue being put onto the driver.
Yeah.
Because again, we're at 3.5 hours to go. Even I'm a little bit tired, and I slept fine. I went to bed at 2 local time, and I woke up at 12 p.m. Ate food, and then got straight back in the car. And I think that's 8:41 p.m. So
that's rough. We just saw Lowry Copella in the back there in the Quiver Motorsports GT car, but Quinton Floor managing to drive back out in the car, and Rob Nowens as well. A bit too quick on the cameras there, but Vladimir Ponomarenko for the RNE Team Red. This is probably the best field so far in the LMP2. All our prototype drivers over the weekend are A-class rated on safety rating, so it's the highest you can get in iRacing.
The highest you can get conventionally in iRacing.
Yeah.
There is a pro license, but I'm not sure if there is there is I think a pro license for the esport for the Porsche Tag Heuer esports thing. It was mainly only used in NASCAR with the official NASCAR races, the pro license, however. I'm not sure what the license rating is now.
You have to be gifted it by iRacing themselves, though. It is not obtainable through usual gameplay. I'm aware anyway.
I can confirm that. On the iRacing page, on your profile, at least on my profile anyway, I've got a 4.9 license. It says you have completed the standard license progression, ! On it. So you definitely have to be awarded it by the staff. I think Max Verstappen has it on his. As we're going to cut to a replay here, of Dane Dane Bird again of the Karios competition, Apollo car, just oversteering a little bit too much out of the first Mulsanne chicane.
They might still be
tyres.
suffering with a little bit of damage on their car, but as far as I'm aware, they're okay for just now. But yeah, going back to that, yeah, I do believe that all of the professional racing drivers that have done, like, you know, esports racing on this game, like your Max Verstappen, Lando Norris, and I'm assuming quite a few of the other guys. I'm sure that Romain Grosjean has a pro license coming his way at some point, and also just for you, Scott McLaughlin as well. I think he's managed to get himself a pro license for doing the IndyCar series on here as well. So
I was going to mention that as very. He's probably one of my favorite drivers on the platform. Just a little bit patriotic. He's from New Zealand, but is very patriotic. He was very successful in the V8 Supercars series.
He was the only driver pretty much to be able to take down the Red Bulls of Jamie Whincup and Shane van Gisbergen.
He's now transitions to IndyCar, so which is, I would say that would be a natural progression for him, following DJR Team Penske's team over to America to do it. I think that's quite cool. But I would love to meet him one day. He's an awesome bloke.
Yeah, and I think it's echoed as well, because obviously SVG is probably most young Australians and New Zealanders' favourite drivers as well.
Although I do have respect. Oh, so go on.
I was going to say as well, I think a lot of people could probably say as well towards Jamie Whincup, obviously the only driver to win 5 titles or something like that in the new kind of format of the touring car championship. So yeah, very good guy as well.
Yeah, I have a lot of respect for Shane. I think it was Shane anyway. During a race at Sandown Raceway, which is in Melbourne, I believe he did it with like a broken collarbone or something.
Yeah.
And he won the race from pretty far back, I think, as well.
Wasn't he?
Yeah, that was only a couple of weeks ago. You can see when he gets out of the car. When he gets out of the car, you can see him wincing, like trying to get the seatbelts off, and he's holding his arm in like a wing, and he actually had to get one of the other drivers to help him unbuckle his helmet because he couldn't pull his arm up to do it. So
yeah,
I think that was his left arm as well, which was his shifting arm, which is used quite a lot. So it's a lot of respect to that man to carry that kind of injury and still perform again and again and again. So
I think he's still unbeaten this season, unless he was beaten last weekend. I could be wrong, but in all races he's taken part in this season, he has won them.
To be honest, I don't actually follow it.
Yeah, fair enough. I might have a look in a wee bit, but Hans Blanquaret in the Stage 1 Racing Senior car, faster of the 3 Stage 1 cars at the moment, as they're all roughly within the same 2 laps of each other. They didn't qualify. None of them really wanted to qualify. Normally they, as we were talking about Stage 1, don't want to qualify because they can make up places throughout the race. And yeah, they've been a little bit unlucky, in all fairness today. But they are going to continue driving.
See them coming around the fast left right there, just past the Dunlop Bridge, coming into Tetra Rouge now. Definitely interesting.
I don't know why. Sorry, I'm just going to point out to you. I don't know why Sapphire Simsport Bravo is showing us out.
Sapphire Simsport Bravo.
Unless they've managed to have a crash.
No, they are still lapping. They're coming up to the Porsche curve.
So why is it showing out? What?
Good question. It's probably some of the issues that the broadcasters are having with the stuff.
It's confusing. It's confusing. I'm just not gonna I'm not gonna watch it anymore that way. So
That should be right. When in doubt, just go and spectate it in your game. Makes it easy. We've got Ryan Bleen here flashing, trying to get I assume trying to get traffic out of the way here. He's currently P4 in the GC AM class. Just trying to navigate around the herding Porsche here, as we're just going to come to a quick replay of Roger Schmuck here of the SRA and IES Swiss Union, going straight on pretty much.
could be big if they've got damage on the front of that car. They might need to pit earlier than the other cars, and that could be detrimental for their push to keep the LMP2 car position. I think it's a LMP2, no, LMP1 car.
That was an
position.
that's an LP1. So he went straight on at the. See where he isn't on board here.
Misses the apex at all and goes over the curb and just can't get the car stopped in time.
Could potentially have some floor damage. It looks like he was unsettled there from the first initial curb there on the left.
Yeah.
And then just bounced it through the chicane. Couldn't get it straight because obviously when you're bouncing, your tires are not on the ground. So and just forced him through the thing. So I think we've still got some issues with SRC. Oh,
Yeah.
not SRC, the timing sheet thing. I'm not sure if Roger would have some
damage. He might actually. We might see him come in at the end of his lap now and see what he can do. But Louis Sanderson, we saw him go off a few laps ago, but he's back running again, full power in that R18.
Is it me, or is the sound that the R18 makes really good?
Yeah, it's a low kind of. Yeah, we see that's Roger. Sorry,
Rogers.
Coming into the
Rogers
pits.
just coming in.
He might be getting a quick repair of some sort as he brakes to hit the speed barriers, put pit limiter on and get himself into the pit. So we'll try and keep an eye on how long he's in the pits for, and that could be serious because that could mean that a car behind, I think Valhalla Simsport, could catch up. If you watch the Aeropigs car running in 6th position at the moment.
As Roger's car does go up on jacks, so it definitely does look like they're taking tires. It could also be having an extended stop here. No, they are definitely moving again. I'm not sure if they did repair anything.
They must have been driving okay. The assumption would be anyway.
Must have taken one. Must have stopped prematurely, just as a precautionary, and might have only been a few seconds of optional repairs. It's really hit and miss with damage or hitting tire barriers with what it actually does to the vehicle. Sometimes it really upsets the car and you stops for a couple of minutes for required. As he does go a bit wide. I know it's not showing on stream at the moment, but it does go a bit wide coming onto Chetra Rouge. But as we've got Ryan Littlemore, the P2 pole sitter, into the pits here for his stop. There's Lewis comes through. Oop. Lewis is being hunted down, I think. P5 he's currently sitting in, 5 positions up from where he originally started in the AM class. I believe this is the no, this is the pro class. Sorry, that's the AM class. And the AM class here we've got Larry Cropella, currently sitting P3. Excellent drive from those guys, 3 positions up from where they originally started. And there we've got Roger there, with their very dirty looking SRA, IES Swiss Union, LMP1 car there. It does look a little bit damaged, but I think it should be right. Looking
They
around
know
here
that
coming.
if
Sorry?
they spend time, they'll be okay in the pitch. But you know, they don't want to risk going in and iRacing not repairing the car, I'm assuming. But the two 27 Motorsport cars, both Pro and Am, have met on track once again, it seems, as they're chasing each other down.
I wonder if sister cars wave at each other, like, or like just flash at each other when they pass them. Well, I know I
Yeah,
definitely would do that.
Yeah, I definitely do. Especially being in the faster class car, you're like, get out of the way, a little bit. You do hope, definitely when you come across a sister car, you like, really must not take these people out at all, or just that little extra bit of caution, probably that you probably should apply to every other competitor in the grid, but yeah, you're just going to look like a pair of absolute fools, aren't you, if you do take each other out? So I'm sure they'll get some good photo shots as well now.
I think at that point it'd be more personal pride than anything. You might get like a dance roll in your Discord server if you take each other out.
Yes, certainly go down in your team's history as why did you guys take each other out at less than 3 hours 15 left and 24 hours of Le Mans?
Also, SRA really don't have anything to be worried about. They are at least 15 laps up on Valhalla, so unless they're going to be stopped for like an hour and a half, they should be fine. They are 7 laps down from the leaders again, the RLR Abruzzi Esports black and silver cars here. I think they're only a few seconds away from each other. Not too sure though, my timing sheet isn't exactly up to date. But still, again, I'd like to say how impressive it is that they're still on the same lap as each other. I've said it once and I'll say it a million times. It's bloody impressive how they're this close together.
Yeah, I think I'll back you up on that as well. 2 minutes separating the top two overall leaders at the moment. Yeah, from the same team, driving different cars and doing a fantastic job.
Fabio Michaelis is just really trying to get that car back up into its position. The Equivalent Motorsports GT just ahead by about a lap now. There is 3 hours left, so anything could happen. If, let's say, the Equivalent car crashes, or even just the Chaos Latin Gamers crashes, it could be enough for another car to come and sneak in, take position.
We're following now Roger here. Still looks like he is getting all this speed out of the car that he usually would have. Actually, no, I take that back. He's actually down on top speed. He only hit about 306 into the braking zone of the second Mulsanne chicane. So I don't think he might have taken all the repairs, or even if there was any repairs to fix that. There might be some permanent floor damage on that vehicle that they won't be able to get repaired.
Live fly shell running P4 at the moment for Equivalent Motorsports AA. This is their second car in the running. They are chasing down Fuga.
Definitely are. You can see him flashing, trying to get the GTs out of the way.
Yeah, I think that was. Sorry, I think that was a Equivalent Motorsports GT car as well. He was trying to get past, just on our getting past your teammate sort of thing. Well, they certainly flashed at him, but then the GT car locked up in front of him, which wasn't a particularly nice reply.
You definitely don't want to see that spinning out on the chicane anyway. One of these cars.
Oh no, that'd be, well, you don't really want to see any car spinning out of there. Be it a Volkswagen Jetta or a Porsche 919. So we've got the LMP1 leader here, Jesse Cramber of Equivalent Motorsports. I completely forgot how to pronounce that. Just looking poised as ever, just trying to get past some traffic here. Trying to get past the Stage 1 Racing Junior car there, the number 72. He will use the he's going to use the slipstream, try and slip past him, and possibly try and slip past that Ferrari there as well. It's got a bit of a wonky wing, definitely as a result of some shunt or some off track somewhere. You can see the battle scars of the vehicles, showing just over 3 hours and 10 minutes to go here tonight. Is that a bird in your background?
No, it's unfortunately guinea pigs. As my dad decided to come into the room, and it's like, oh, food time. I'm getting food all the time.
Nice.
No, you're not. Thanks. I'm glad your food. Stop squeaking.
Mad respect.
Yeah, they're always looking for a bit of food. Yeah.
I can't deny that myself, unfortunately.
Go and grab yourself some, Martin. We'll make us a piece of toast.
Cheers.
Yeah, so Jesse Cramber definitely did get past
The Quiver is now
stage
past,
one.
yeah.
Yeah, the stage 1 racing junior car on the way down to the Mulsanne corner here. Braking down all the way from 6th gear to 1st gear. Very slow corner. As the car in the background there just gives it a little bit of a lock up. Not sure who that actually is. Tell from this distance. Alright, we're going to see speeds of about 200, probably over 310 k an hour coming down to Indianapolis. Seeing speeds of 3, I saw 320 at one point before hitting the braking zone. Unfortunately can't keep as much speed through Indianapolis as he would like, as the BMW M6, M8, no M8, that's what it is sitting there just being all big in the way. Almost putting it in the wall actually of the exit of Arnage. No doubt that would have been an off track. But unfortunately keeping it out of the tyre barrier and keeping it shiny side up.
Yeah, as a Stadium Racing Junior car had a better run out of Arnold as a result, but the Quiver car managing to stay ahead into the Porsche Co's bit of respect there between those two drivers, which is good to see. You certainly don't want to take out anybody, let alone anybody who is leading your own class. Or any other class for that matter.
Yeah, as we are going to jump on with Ryan Littlemore here of the RLR Abruzzi Xbox Silver car. Still running P2. That Porsche is looking really nice. I love that livery so much. It does look really nice. Well, that camera angle really threw me off. of that P1, I thought he was sliding for a sec. We've got Ewan of the Sapphire SimSport Bravo team coming up into the Dunlop chicane, as well as Lewis Sanderson here, following in the Alpha and the Bravo team, pretty much within. No, that is not the Bravo team. That is Tronso Racing. Sorry, pretty much within 30 seconds of each other. Their sister car. Jesse here just trying to put as much distance between him and P2 of the LMP2 as much as he can with these sports. We can see the Stage 1 Racing Junior making a pass on Mike here into the first Dunlop chicane, trying to get past so as to not be held up on the chicane, because obviously the Delaros can hold a lot more speed through the chicanes versus the GT cars. The GT cars don't have as much downforce as the Delaros and the P1s do. So
yeah, but then that there are switches at places like Monza, where again all of the LMP2 and prototypes will run low downforce, but it's actually the mechanical grip of them is much better through the chicanes.
Sorry, I'm just going to cut you off for a sec. Yeah, as we're with Arnold Omega here, just I reckon that's driver fatigue. They're just making mistakes. That is quite a heavy braking zone coming into the Mulsanne corner. However, yeah, with just over 3 hours to go, I reckon that was just driver fatigue. Definitely starting to take wear on people.
Yeah, you might need to take a couple of clicks forward on the oil brake bias. I know I've had to do that in our Audi, especially as the track warms up a bit and manages to change the balance of the car under braking. But yeah, combine that with a bit of driver fatigue and a harmless spin and carry on as well.
It's not like they're bumper to bumper, so you can afford to make a few mistakes. The biggest penalty you'll have from a mistake like that is tyre wear. And you'll have a tiny bit of increased tyre wear with that increased with the increased tyre temperature as well. That comes out as a result of sliding. Speaking of the weather, it's now partly cloudy, 25 degrees Celsius with a track temp of 33 Celsius. So
If only that was warm over here. It's 8 degrees outside right now.
that
Sunny
is-
though.
It is 9 and overcast, apparently, according to my phone. And it's not, so there you go.
It's coming into your winter now, isn't it? If
Yeah.
you go into our summer.
It very much is coming into winter. We're in El Nino, or like whatever the bad
Yeah,
one
El
is.
Nino. El Nino?
Yeah.
El Nino? I don't know, whatever. Yeah.
It's cold. It's going to be cold. I was talking to my parents before having dinner. It's snowing in my state already. Like I think it was Mount Borbor. They had something like 8 inches of snow already.
Jesus Christ, and that's in Australia.
Yeah, yeah. We do have some good skating, some good
Skiing.
snowboarding,
Yeah.
and ski resorts as well in the Alps, in the Alpine areas. But even where I live now, there's an hour. If you go an hour south, that you can actually find snow on some days. And even at our height, yeah, I think we're about 170 meters above sea level, but with how cold it is now and it snowing already in the state, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see snow where I live, at least some kind of snow.
Yeah.
This year, so that'd be phenomenal. I think we've had snow in like 55 years or 60 years or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure that. Well, everyone will be bringing out the photos of when it last snowed and everything like that. That'd be quite interesting. As we've got Mike, I'm gonna have a go at this. Visa Kopsika on screen, so they are.
I think that was very well done, Martin.
I've had a lot of
pretty
practice
good.
whilst on mute. Ferguson Sport GT doing a fantastic job at the head of the GTE field. They're almost a whole lap ahead of the rest of the field. Mikel Dubois in the Lithium Motorsports car is just up the road, so I'm seeing a 3-minute 30 gap on a 3-minute 45 lap time. So our LMP1 field is a bit closer, but these guys have managed to stay on the lead lap for 21 hours so far. I'm sure it'll be a point of pride for Lithium Motorsports if they can manage to stay on that, keep that extra 15-second buffer that they've got at the moment to stay on the lead lap for the remainder of the race. But Ferguson Sport, as we've seen in a lot of the races in this championship, they're just dominating dominating, I suppose, and doing a very good job of coming away with, at the moment, another win.
So guys, I'm going to have to disappear for a little bit, but I will be back to help you guys in very soon succession, but I have to go and attend to a little puppy who's downstairs barking his head off, so I will
That's very cute.
I will be back. But guys, enjoy it. I'll be watching from my mobile cellular device, and yeah, let's have some good racing.
Enjoy.
As we're just going to cut to a replay here of Lewis Sanderson of the Sapphire Sport Alpha coming yet into Indianapolis again, going straight on and spinning the car, fortunately not going into the void. That does exist today. We've already seen one driver, at least tonight, spin into the void there. I'm very fortunate that he was able to keep it on the track and out of the wall as well. Very perfectly spun. I was going to say something, but I forgot what I was going to say.
That's all right. It was. I'm watching. I'm riding on board with Louis as he goes round, and I was like, "Oh, here we go. Here's another replay of the Sapphire Cup." But no, good that he looks like he took a bit too much speed into the first part of Indianapolis. Maybe didn't tap the brakes as much as he could have, and maybe wasn't in fifth gear because you go from sixth to fifth through the first part, and then down to third for the tighter left-hander. But yeah, a bit unstable on on the brakes over the curb, and fortunately got away with it by not hitting the wall at all.
Yeah. Massive props. As we come up to the 3 hour. Jesus. Hang on, I nearly pulled that one. As we come up to the 3 hour mark here, I think I might do another run through of the field at the moment. So in P1 is of course the Arola Brazzi Esports Black car being piloted by Hugo Valentin. Again, just stellar drive at the moment in that Audi there. In P2 is the Arola Brazzi Esports Silver car being piloted by Ryan Littlemore. Again, stellar to keep it on the same lap as the black car. In P3 is the SRA and IES Swiss Union car being piloted by Roger Schmucky, who we saw into the wall unfortunately before, down on top speed. In P4 we have the Valhalla Simsport Royal car being piloted by, again, Lockie Brown. He's been in the car for a little bit now. Times are looking pretty good for him. P5 is the Sapphire Simsport Alpha car being piloted by Lewis Sanderson, as I think we were talking about before, in that Audi. In LMP2, the Equiva Motorsports Hugo Pact, I think is how you pronounce it, car being piloted by Jesse Kramer, holding it out 2 laps ahead of the FTR Esports car being piloted by Ryan Chevrolet, who did get a 3rd driver, I'm told. In P3 is the Equiva Motorsports AA car. I'm not going to try and pronounce that last name because I've tried it in the past and it doesn't work. Being piloted by Leif Weichel. In P4 is in P4 is the Fuja Motorsport, the Fuja Simsports LMP2 car being piloted by Alex Moore. In P5, we've got the Sapphire Simsport Bravo car being piloted by Ewan Bishop. Very nice drive from everyone. GT Pro, the Fuji Simsports GT car. Do you want to try and pronounce that name?
Vacekop Seeker.
Yeah,
Mike Vacekop Seeker and Fuji Simsport GT car leading that on 325 for 5 laps at the moment.
Yeah, in P2, we've got Lithium Motorsports here by Michael Debois. I think. Yep, I'm going to go with that. P3 is hashtag racing, being piloted by Ricardo Durat. P4 is Team DRC Blue. Once the replay changes, there we go. Being piloted by Ryan Boleyn, and P5 is the 27 Motorsports number white car being piloted by Luis Barbosa. So we come into the GT Am class here. The P1 is currently JD Sim Racing, piloted by Philippe Rec. P2 is the Chaos Latin Gamers team, being piloted by Anthony Squazza. P3 is the Equiva Motorsports GT Am car, being piloted by Larry Cropella. P4 is the 27 Motorsports Am car, being piloted by Fabio Magahilis. Yeah, there is another one. And P5 is Manati Racing ISRC GTE, being piloted by Sebastian Rain. Is your top 5 for each class at the moment. We've got 2 hours 57 minutes to go in this race. It's going to be interesting to see who can keep it on the black stuff and who can keep it off out of the wall. As again, I'm going to mention it once again, driver fatigue is going to be really big at the moment. Most of these teams seem like they're within a time zone or 2 of each other. So some of them are going to have to be pushing themselves physically with their fatigue management to try and take it home to the end. Even with fatigue management, we were talking before about this, but with Gavin, but even the equipment as well. You got to really, you got to train yourself up, because people who run direct drive wheels and people who run load cell brake pedals, that's a lot of force you got to push every time, and you got to do that like a lot. There's what,
Yeah.
30? There's 30 turns here, I think, at Le Mans. And there's quite a few braking zones here as well. And I know at least with the Fanatec Quad V3 pedals, which is conveniently the same pedals that I own, I think it's about either a 50 or a 90 kilo load cell from factory without the brake booster kit. So that's a lot of force if you've got it cranked all the way. A lot of force you got to be pushing. As we used to see on the stream there, one of the GTEs running wide there through Porsche curves.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Riley. That yeah, it's just a lot of fatigue on equipment and driver. We are kind of a bit fortunate in Sapphire Sim Sport that some of us are a bit more night owl than the others. So I'm a bit of a morning person, and therefore I'll go to bed earlier. A couple of other guys will do the night stints, and then I'll take over for them at like 5:30 in the morning again. So yeah, it definitely helps if you don't have people that can that aren't spaced out around the world like you guys are, Two Ravens TV, then yeah, to have that mix of night owls and morning people will help quite a lot.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, definitely advisable if you're compiling your own team to try and pick people from all over the globe. It may be a little bit annoying to communicate with everyone, considering that it's 11 a.m. for you right now, I assume, where it's like 9:15 p.m. for me. So to practice it'd be a little bit annoying. And we did actually experience that with Valhalla. As well, just practicing. It was like, okay, I'm putting up a 6-hour practice session just internally for us, and I'm like, great, I'm at work, I can't do anything.
Or you're asleep, sort of thing.
Yeah. So, but no, it is definitely a challenge, but we have overcome, and of course, people. It is evident that people have overcome that tonight. Anyway, with 3 hours to go, and we've got probably over 3/4 of the field, actually, still running. I think that's just a testament to how much people have practiced and how patient everyone is. I think patience is probably the biggest thing in endurance racing you need. It isn't like a sprint race. It's you've got 24 hours to make a move effectively. So, go and make the move the next corner. Don't have to do it now. I think we've got an interview from the Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha, which is Loic Marchand.
Not sure. He's French, so we'll be a bit funny in France.
Hey guys.
Welcome to the commentary booth.
Everything is fine for the moment. We're stopping saving fuel to extend our stint. The beginning of the race was pretty hard with the big crash I had at big days of second chicane. But the guys did a very good job by recovering my mistake after the crash. Because at the beginning of the night we were P8 in class and around 30th on the overall, and now we're running 5th overall, which is quite a nice recovery and could be a big achievement considering the level of the other top team.
Yeah, it is quite a drive from you guys to come back from a mistake like that. How have you guys been finding traffic management through the field?
For the moment, managing traffic is quite comfortable because the field is very spread out. But at the beginning, it was still okay because I found that most of the drivers are very respectful and watching the mirrors, so pretty comfortable. And since we've not anything to on pure pace, we can't catch up to the other teams, so we just keeping it easy and ending up where we're ending, so not taking any risk with traffic.
It's good to hear.
How's the car feeling now, Loic? So you got out of the car and Lewis Anderson's now in it as we see on screen, but as the track temperature came up whilst you were doing your stint, did the track change much? And yeah, how's the car feeling?
Not during my stint, but track temp rise pretty quickly during Louis' stint. We started, the track was at 25 and now it's 34, so
It's getting towards the peak of the day then, I suspect.
yeah. At the end of my stint, I was on it was the first stint I did on this tire, so the car was a bit oversteery in the fast corners, so quad stint wasn't possible. But now, considering the track temp, the tire wear is higher, so car feels good too. But yeah, still a bit on the edge on worn tires.
Very good. And what's your stint plan for the rest of the race, do you think?
It depends. For the moment, Louis maybe is doing a third. It depends on the feeling of the car. If he did a third, after I jump into the car, waiting for eventually Harvey to get back to work. And if not, I'll go to the end. So for the next stint, depends on the feel of the car, but I will get back in the car sooner or later.
Very good. And just one thing, I know you're new, relatively new to the Sapphire Sim Sport Group. Oh, as Louis goes a little bit deep in his braking area for the Mulsanne, but the Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha car is the only car, and I'm going to absolutely curse this right now, as part as being the team and on the commentary in the commentary booth at the moment. But it's the only championship entry car that's still running in LMP1, so therefore, actually, you will get full winners' points.
That's great, and I don't have the standings. Yeah, it's 38 points for 24 race, if I'm
Yep.
right. Yeah,
That's
so
correctly. That is correct. Unfortunately, I don't think that will put the car up the championship order anywhere due to the second half only of the championship season. But yeah, nonetheless, there'll be a W in the round 8 column.
yeah, of course. P5 in the race, and like you said, we are the only season entry car left. So yeah, P5 in the race, and if my math are good, P4 in the standings. So yeah, good W for the team. So yeah, good race. Pretty happy with that.
It's good to hear. I want to hear from a fellow LMP1 driver as well. I'm also in the Valhalla Sport car. How are you guys doing boost strategies around here? Do you boost from the SoC? Do you boost from gear, or do you boost from the deploy that you've got?
For my mate, I don't know, but for me personally, it depends where I am on the track. I used to fix on the deploy, but if on some corner I deploy more or less, I also focus on the SoC to boost the right amount needed.
Okay, and are you struggling to keep SoC up, or are you like maximizing it, or how's that going for you?
For me, maximizing the most of the time. Like every lap, I managed to get 95% of deploy, and each lap I get yeah minimum 50% of SoC, 65 when I'm comfortable. So I think it's a pretty good boost strategy.
It's definitely sound good, especially from an Audi as well. I know I struggle with boost a lot in the Porsche, but that is good to hear from an Audi driver as well. So
Yeah, I've done the Porsche before I switched to the Audi, and now when I sometimes return to the Porsche, I find the boost management is much more difficult compared to the Audi.
yeah, by nature, I'm sure you're aware, the Porsche doesn't actually have as much doesn't have as much SoC, sorry, because it does regenerate down the straights. So the Audi does get a little bit more bang for its buck with the ERS system going to the front wheels.
Yeah.
So,
But,
do you have any shout outs you want to make to any sponsors or to any
a
teams or
big
anything?
a big shout out to my friend at the World Unity, which is a multi-gaming community I'm in for more than a year, and which I discovered sim racing when I joined the community. So big shout out to all the guys at Harbiani for this race, and thank to everyone for watching, and to the team who are running in this race.
That's good to hear. So yeah, again, good race. Good. Yeah, I can't speak now. um, yeah, you guys have been going good at the moment. Keep up the good work. So
Thank you, Riley. Thank you, Martin, and catch you later, guys.
Cheers, Loic. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank to you.
So again, that was one of the drivers from the Sapphire SimSport Alpha car. Currently running P5. That was Loic Machend. I probably butchered that again. That's
Machon.
Machon. There you go. Sorry.
It's fine. Oh, that's how I pronounce it. I can't. My schoolboy French was not very good, and I did not pursue it further. So yeah, he hasn't told me I've been terribly wrong, so I'm going to stick with that for the moment.
As we've got a steward's announcement, just noticed with an incident between the number 72 Stage 1 LMP2 car and the number 18 RLR Esports Black LMP1 car. The LMP1 car was given a warning for an unsafe overtake on the LMP2. So we're going to cut to a replay here. The Larry Coppella of the Equiva Motorsports GT, I think it's the AM car,
Yep.
just got a little bit too. I think he locked up his wheels there coming out of the Dunlop Bridge. Tried to do a Formula D entry, but did not work, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think he might have been a little bit spooked by that Stage 1 racing car going down the inside of him, but I think that's the junior car, the red one, that was number 72. But no harm, no foul, and he'll carry on his way.
It's not like he lost much track position anyway. There's just laps between people now, I think. I don't think there's anyone. Sorry, no, there are in the GT. There's. Don't think anyone on the same lap. There's at least 2 cars on 1 lap. There's 2 cars on 2 different laps. So there's 4 cars total. That's it. Everyone else are on different laps. So definitely spread out across the GT and Pro field. And of course, the LMP2s are a little bit spread out as well. There's a few that are on the same lap as each other. Notably, the Fuja SimSport LMP2, the Equivalent Motorsports AA car, and the Sapphire SimSport Bravo car. They're all 39 laps down from the leader. Everyone else is pretty evenly distributed, either by just pace or some mistakes or some damage that they've had to the car. Yeah, definitely nice to see that everyone's still keeping the majority of the pace to keep up with everyone else. So
yeah, by my reckoning, we've got 32 cars still in the running from the 52 that started the race. So as we watch the RLR Esports Bruzy Black car come down the inside of Louis Sanderson, gives him plenty of space, but then they'll be caught up behind. I think that's the Polder Racing 55 LMP2, perhaps through the Porsche curves, not trying anything too risky in the first half of that. Yep, that's the Polder Racing car, and I think the Abruzzi car there might have had a bit of a slowdown on exit of karting, unfortunately, but they'll take that through the Ford chicane and continue on their way in the lead.
It's I've noticed anyway, and most of the time I'm super experienced, from my experience anyway. With that slowdown into the Ford chicane when you take it from karting there, it usually doesn't. It usually actually increases. I've noticed, at least with my driving style, with how I take it in there, it usually gets blown out from like a 1.5 second slowdown to like a 3 second slowdown. But like it's funny because with a slowdown, you don't. It's like you lose more time than what's actually given to you, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah, I was going to say the same, Riley, about the one that you try, you get it at the exit of karting, and then you try and disperse it through the Ford chicane, and yeah, it goes up by a second at least every single time. Whereas the ones down at Tete Rouge are easier to get rid of. So if you don't boost down the Mulsanne, then it will naturally just deplete. But yeah, they're inaccurate to say the least. Or to say if they're trying to slow you down a second and a half, you'd be lucky to get away with 2 seconds or 2.5 or 3 maybe at times. But yeah, it is a bit of a shame. But as long as they're consistent, I suppose we can't really complain.
that is true. But yeah, even what I was going to mention is the even just in normal circumstances with like the I'm going to go with the GTE, so like IMSA for example. Let's say you get a slowdown at like Sebring, for example, and while you hang on, we've just had that was the I'm not sure what car that was.
It's the Polder racing car that we were looking at. Has gone off at the second chicane. Currently 7th in class. Lost it on the brakes. Maybe needs to move his brake bias forward a little bit, or maybe bring back his braking point. Yeah, I think that's just a fatigue spin. I think we're going to start calling them.
Yeah, it could have also been low fuel as well. He might be due to pit soon, and because of the weight being removed from the rear of the car, the rear is getting lighter. So with the brake bias rear would, yeah, definitely would have spun through there. Yeah, I'm going to come back to the my slowdown thing. Yeah, let's say you get a 1.5 slowdown, second slowdown, and like you lift and you get rid of it, but then you got to speed back up to what speed you were doing, and realistically, by the time you sped back up to your normal pace, you've lost probably 3.5 seconds because of that. Because you weren't at the highest speed that you were when you started. But realistically, there's no real way to serve a slowdown anyway. It's not like real life guys do it. Real life guys do it in the pits. They have a stop and hold or like a drive through or something. So you have too many off track infringements.
Yeah, the two different ways of going about it. We've seen Assetto Corsa Competizione do it completely differently, where they're trying to replicate more a real life scenario that you might see on TV, where you see the professional drivers get track warnings if they are perceived to gain time by a track official that's standing track side, and then they get a penalty after your third warning. Whereas I think iRacing tries to deal with it there and then, and you can't exploit it, I suppose, as a result of that. But yeah, you're right. I mean, coming into this race, I did do a bit of practice. I got a lot of slowdowns, as I'm sure you did it yourself, and you do try and find strategies to minimise the time lost. Now that iRacing has implemented a countdown timer for you to serve your slowdown with, that's certainly improved the ability, or made it a bit easier to serve a slowdown a bit more strategically. So if you can try and lose as little time as possible.
Yeah. Although then you have games. I'm going to call this a game because Gran Turismo, realistically, they say it's a simulator, but it's a game. I'm sorry, it is FIA sanctioned, but it's a game with GT Sport. Just the slowdown system in that is just stupid.
Yeah, I can't say I've ever played it.
Basically, it was fine at launch, but they went and they just modified it so much. Basically, you get a slowdown, right? And if you don't serve that slowdown within a specified time, so going onto a back straight, there is a forced mandated slowdown point where your car will automatically lift and like I think it actually applies brakes for a bit,
Yeah.
and slows down, and then you lose like 10 seconds. It's
Oh
stupid.
goodness.
Um,
So that's because they
It
can't
is.
do drive-through penalties or stop and hold penalties like you can in
No,
iRacing, for instance.
I don't think you can. Yeah, it's stupid. Yeah. A great case in point is at the Nordschleife, coming back onto the Camel Straight. There's a big slowdown zone there.
The
So
Camel
if you
Straight?
get
The North
is it the Camel
Sorry,
Straight?
I think you've got Nottingham.
Oh, there you go. Sorry, yeah.
Sorry,
I'm not
talking
a
Spa. I mean, they're close to each other, but not that close. Sorry.
I'm not a Nordschleife thing.
we have
We've just
the
got a replay from Hands here from Stage 1 Racing Senior going a tad bit wide into the Mulsanne corner. I reckon that I'm going to write that off as fatigue. Coming to another replay here from Vince here from the Abrazi Sport Silver. Absolutely sending it. That is the biggest sender they've ever seen into T1.
Yeah, I think that I guess a solid 8 on the Formula Drift scoring system for me.
It looks like he ripped the handbrake and tried to pull it around. That is a clap from me. As we've got the Sapphire SimSport Alpha car of Lewis Anderson coming into the pits here to have another pit stop.
And a little bit of inside information from the team because I'm still following him on the iRacing. He has run out of fuel. He's got 0.1 liters in that tank. So
Was this?
he's just absolutely crawling. No, sorry, the Lewis Anderson on screen right
Sapphire.
now. He's absolutely taken all of the fuel and all of the fuel fumes out of that Audi R18 fuel tank.
Did he forget to pit, or was it just perfectly timed?
I wouldn't quite say perfectly timed. I think that was planned, but maybe using half a litre too much, perhaps. Maybe a bit more lift and coast was required, but no harm done. He managed to get it into the pit box without having to tow, as Loic Marchand, as we spoke to recently, takes the car over.
I can definitely say that during my first stint, I forgot to pit. I'm not sure if you're in the commentary box or if the other guys were in the commentary box, but I had to I was doing pretty much 280 Ks down the Mulsanne Straits, trying to limp back to the pits, and my engine cut out just past karting coming into the pit lane, and
So close.
clutch in and coasted it all the way to the pit box.
Wow, well done.
I didn't have a engine kill button. If you guys aren't aware, if the engine is off in these LMP1 hybrid cars, you can still use the ERS system to propel the car forward like you usually would. It's what the real life guys actually do. It's actually mandated that you turn the car off inside the pits. I believe, anyway, it's mandated. It's either that or it's because of the fuel flow limit.
Stopped. I'm not sure. I think the Toyotas definitely started using it as like a pit lane sort of get away from. I think it's actually a strategic advantage they get because the electric motors on board those hybrid Toyotas you get instant torque and there's no startup time. So as soon as that car is allowed to go by the lollipop man or woman and standing in front of the car, then they hit the electric boost button and it goes. They're instantly up to, or pretty much instantly, neck snapping acceleration, I'm sure, of those electric motors that they've got on those cars. Up to the pit lane speed limiter, and then when, I don't know, maybe the car feels like it'll then use the starter motor and kick it into life. Kick the ICE into life.
I can't find anything online about it, so it might have just been something that I created into my brain.
Yeah, I can't remember if it was mandated. I'm sure that they have to turn the cars off whilst they're stationary and fueling and tyres and whatnot, but I think I'd like to think it's just a strategic advantage Toyota engineers have thought of, and but yeah, no, fair play to them for doing that. We've seen highly competitive Le Mans 24-hour recently, real and virtual, especially last year. So any advantage you can get, might as well take it.
That is true. Yeah, coming back to that, the cars have to be off, at least in iRacing too. Hang on. Got a replay here of Mark Mestraz from the Aero Pigs racing team. Having a nice form. I'm going to give that a 6, coming through the second part of the Porsche curves there, picking up some marbles on the exit. Fortunately, just stopping the car just short of the wall, and not hitting anything, unfortunately. Startling some of the traffic that is coming through there.
Yeah,
the car does go.
Sorry. Yeah, unfortunately, that car not looking as brand new as it did at the start of the race. They've been in a few wars, and it's not the first time we've seen Mark Mistress Pie spin recently. As we now look at, oh my goodness, that is a huge amount of netcode. As Michael Dubois is launched into the gravel trap by an LMP2 car. That is ridiculous. God, blimey.
I think that's as a result of the distance between the drivers and the host server. Am I correct in assuming the server is being hosted in the UK? Yeah, look at that. There was easily probably a meter and a half between those cars.
Yeah, we're using the Frankfurt server in Germany today, with what we believe most of our drivers are European based. So yeah, that's what we always use for all of our sessions. And I'll be honest, we've seen a lot of netcode today, even in the practice session before the official race session went up. Yeah, and I've had a couple of 4X contacts where I haven't felt anything when I've gone up the inside of a couple of vehicles in the last 24 hours or last 23 hours. So yeah, I'm not too sure what is going on with the server that we've been assigned for the race, but yeah, that's unfortunate there for Michael Dubois and the Lithium Motorsport team, who are currently still second in GTE, but hopefully they don't have any a big amount of damage and continue on their way at unabated speed.
I've got someone in the YouTube comments saying, how many GTE AM cars are still out on track? I believe there are 6 cars out on track from the GTE AM class here, as we've got, we just had the LP1 leaders there on screen. We're following, the GT AM class, so there is 6 cars still out on track here. I'm not sure why 27 Motorsports is saying that they're out. I definitely don't think that they're out. I'll go and investigate that real quick. But no, 27 Motorsports is still very much in. I think.
Yeah, both cars certainly.
Whatever software we're using is still having issues. I'm not sure. But yeah, there's definitely 6 cars out on track. So I hope that answers your question. You can see a big traffic jam coming into the second mall stand there. I think I counted 8 cars in my small little window I have of the stream. A lot of traffic there. There's Fabio's on the back end of that. Fortunately, he won't catch them as he is in the GTE class, whereas everyone else was, I think, in the P2 class. So yeah, I think I'm safe to say at this point. I've just had some information, from the host. The out when they're still in contention and they're running, the out means that it's on their out lap, which is also the same as them being out of the race. I'm not sure if it's the same, no problem. No, I'm not sure if it's the same metric they use or if it's the same or whatever, but it is definitely a little bit of a UI issue. So, but yeah.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say the ones with many laps down are out, as it were, rather than just on their pit out lap. But yeah, just to expand on 27 Motorsports, they're currently running 5th Fourth. They'll get fourth place points in GTE overall for the 118 car at the moment, the 27 Motorsport white car with Pedro F. Gomez at the wheel going through the Porsche curves, being chased by the Equiva Motorsports GT car. And that Equiva Motorsports GT car behind him is 3 laps behind, so not a car that he needs to worry about. And then the other 27 Motorsports, Fabio Marcoles, is actually will score full points in GTE AM at the moment, as the 3 cars ahead of him in class are non-championship scoring cars.
As we've got Alex Trevor here, overextending a little bit into the Dunlop chicane here. Went a little bit too overzealous on his braking in there, as Roger Schmuck here tucks down the inside of a GTE and has a slight netcode tap there. Yeah, as I mentioned, well, as we mentioned before, not too sure what's going on with the server that we've been assigned. I know I've got at least 333 ping to the server. So there would have definitely been some netcode issues between me and some other drivers. I know my spotters were saying that I was off on all fours. All 4 tires were on the grass at one point while I was trying to get around a GTE car. And then I just magically snapped back onto the road with the dirty tires. So... yeah, definitely 14 cars still running in the GT class. Is that GT Pro or GT or both?
That's GTE overall. So we run 2 championships. So everybody will score GTE overall championship points, and then the GTE AM championship is just for the GTE AM cars. So the GTE AMs will score, can effectively mess up the Pro championship if you like. By taking points away from pro cars, but yeah, if that GTE AM car does particularly well, then they should be rewarded for driving particularly well and finishing well in that GTE race.
That is fair. I would agree with that.
But I'll be honest, we just copied it from the World Endurance Championship. It seemed like a good idea, so we thought, why not as well?
I mean, hey, look, if the real guys do it, then why don't you do it?
Absolutely.
We've got Roger, we've got Quinton Floor here with the Polder Racing coming into have a pit stop here on his Dallara P217. Currently 4 places down from where he originally qualified, where his team, originally qualified in the championship. Not the championship, in the qualifying session that we ran before the race. So not sure what the go is there, if they had damage, if they had issues or whatever.
Yeah, well, we saw that Polder car off in the gravel at the second chicane, but they have a 4-lap lead over Hans Blankart in the Stage 1 Racing Senior car, so as long as it's a relatively normal stop, then they should be quite alright to carry on and solidify that position.
We've got Ryan here. Have they had a driver swap yet? Ryan in that car?
Chevalier, I'm not sure. I shall have a quick look. I believe they did find a driver who was already registered to the car. So they had 8 drivers on the entry list. And we allow any team to have up to 8 drivers, but the iRacing fair share rule only applies to the ones that actually get in the car. So it's very fortunate that they didn't take off the 5 drivers they weren't thinking of using. Because otherwise, if you use a driver who isn't registered on the driver entry list at the start of the race, then we would have to disqualify the car as per the rules, because you can't just bring in somebody halfway through a race and go, hey, you drive the car, you're really quick, we'll just win this race. So I try and stop that sort of play going on. So yeah, very fortunate for them that they were managed to find another driver. So if I have a quick look, they've drafted in Richard Corthraw, who's of the UK and Ireland club, and he is currently on the server but hasn't turned a lap yet. My rough calculations of the driver fair share rule with 3 drivers will mean that he'll have to do 2 hours in the car, and that will be coming up in about 22 minutes. So he's going to have to be in there probably at the end of Ryan's stint.
Yeah, as we come to a replay here of Vladimir here of the RNA team, red team, going into the Armco. That's going to be some serious damage there on that rear wing. I believe that's the Porsche Curves there. As he no, sorry, that's not the Porsche Curves. That's near Tetra Rouge, as he does a three-pointer, trying to get it turned. Fortunately, getting out of the way for some traffic. Definitely gonna have to be boxing for that, and I did see on my my iRacing screen that he did have some damage there on that right rear corner of his Delara. Obviously, as you have an onboard now, is he we can definitely see the heat of the track now. Track's up to 36 degrees Celsius here. You can definitely see that taking a toll on these tires. We're not sure how many stints that car has done, but definitely definitely taking some sort of effect on the car.
Yeah, so that RNE team car is still soldering on in the final position, as Philip Rec has a lot of understeer. Our JD Sim Racing and leader, GE and leader, go straight on at Indianapolis, but no harm, no foul, just a bit of time loss and spewing a bit more gravel over the track, but there's plenty of that already over the course of the 22 hours that have gone before us.
Fortunately, keeping it out of the wall and keeping it shiny side up for JDs, so they can hopefully drive through to a win. They've been going really good so far, those guys, for the GT and Plus. So, yeah.
Loic Marchand is soldering on. He must be up to about 110 laps, I think, that he's done in the car at the moment. He's coming at the second chicane. Does a nice little swift kick to that cone that will be put back by the marshals. 99 laps he's on at the moment, so he'll beat my total of 100 this race. All things going well.
Yeah, definitely beat mine of 67. So,
well, as long as you've done the fair share, then and you're all happy within your own team, then there's no problem with that.
That's exactly what we've done. I think we're one of the only teams that has the max amount of drivers registered to a race, I think.
Looks like we've used 6 so far. We've allowed 8, but 6 was the original rule before we got to this race. But then we managed to open it up to 8 as we were, I think one of the GTE class, an NSS Racing Red perhaps, wanted to use 8, and we're like, okay, yeah, sure, we can do that. It's not something we expected, but nonetheless, we don't want to turn people away, and the more cars on the grid, the better.
Yeah, I think we were going to use 7, but I think one of the drivers backed out before we started. So, as not highlighted, but Artie Boschart from the Stage 1 Racing Junior LMP2 car ran a little bit wide there into Arnage, almost collecting the wall. However, no foul. He's all good. Back on track going to the Porsche Curves.
As Vishal Life has commented in the YouTube channel about the P2 in LMP2 getting DQ'd, they won't get DQ'd as long as they get another driver in and they do their iRacing fair share. My calculations make it a 2-hour fair share rule, so they should be alright if we get that third driver in the next 20 minutes.
I think if you read it, sorry, I'm going to go to a replay of Alex Trebbe here doing a 50-50 backslide through the Ford chicanes, potentially picking up some floor damage there for that Porsche 919. So definitely going to definitely interested to see what their top speed is like down the straight, down the Mulsanne straight here, as we've got Roger Scoomy now going straight on, just vanishing.
He didn't get sent to the moon, he just vanished. Oh, there he is.
He's just vanished. Yeah, because it's going straight on at the end of the Mulsanne straight and picking up some wheel spin and going straight into the arm curl. That's going to be some serious damage from for that car there. He's probably going to have to come back in to the pits and get that looked at and assessed.
Yeah, let's hope its car's still pointing in a roughly straight direction.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that's going to happen severely. Oh no, sorry, no, it's a different car.
But yeah, I believe the fair share rules, or the fair share lap counter, which you guys can't see on the stream, but unfortunately both of us can in the commentary booth. You've got the laps completed by the driver, and then it's slash, and then another number. I think that number is the amount of laps that you have to do to qualify for fair share. So, for example, for my team, if you have a look quickly at the Valhalla team, my one is 67/16, and then in brackets 18. I think everyone, if someone else joined, you have to turn at least 16 or 18 laps
Yes,
to qualify for fair share.
You will have. Sorry, if I look at the same thing as well. So yeah, Alex Traber, who's currently in the car, has done 53 laps. Currently, a fair share at the moment, if the race stopped, would be 16, and then it's iRacing's predicting that 18. So the slightly larger number would be the amount that he'd have to complete, or he's already completed for the end of the race. So it does kind of help you a bit with trying to predict what your strategy might be. So it gives you a number that, to work towards. And then the colour of those numbers changes depending on where you are, whether you're on target to meet them or whether you're not going to meet them or anything else, or green if you've already met the fair share.
So green is if the race finishes at the specified time, you will pass with that. The orange one is you are currently okay right now, but if you continue that current strategy, you will DQ based on driver fair share. And red is you will fail if the race finished right now. As the case with FTR Esports, I've just noticed they have another driver in who hasn't done a lap. FTR Esports actually the same. Wait, is FTR Esports the? Yeah, they are the same guys who have been running the two drivers the entire time. Ryan running 219 laps. Jackson Lowry running 140, and I think Richard's now in the car. Richard Corthraw. He's pulling out for his 2 hours of laps here that he's got to do to hopefully make that car not DQ. I'm going to be impressed if they actually get the car passed and it actually passes. Well, not pass, but not get DQ'd. It's going to be a props to them for the logistical nightmare behind the scenes to try and get that organised with only 2 people in the car.
Team D. Completely lost my train of thought. FTR Esports. There we go. The other 3-letter acronym. A reasonably large team. They had a couple of cars in the series at the start of the season, but we're just the one left now, and doing very well, sitting in second at the moment. But hopefully that Richard has managed to do some practice offline, and I imagine his teammates are going to be able to sleep about now that as soon as he pressed the pit limiter button again.
I can confidently say that everyone who is running, aside from FTR Esports, of course, has completed their fair share driver, or their fair share quota, and will pass will win on that front anyway. Wow. For an English-speaking country, I really cannot speak so fast.
No worries. So yeah, there we have on screen now Richard Corthraw, the third driver, the last-minute ringer, you could almost say, heading through the second chicane. He's been put in a bit of a difficult position, so he wasn't expecting to race. He might have done some practice on a test server by himself, but the car he's been put in, from the mammoth effort that the 2 guys in the team have done so far, is currently sitting in second position. and 2 minutes ahead of Alex Moore in the Ferguson Sport LMP2 car. So he's going to have to get up to speed relatively quickly, and over the last 2 hours he's got about 120 seconds to play with. So I suppose if he's a second a minute slower, then they'll cross the line as an absolute dead heat. So I guess that, what's he got? He's got 3.5 seconds a lap then, on average, if all other things being equal. Yeah, absolutely incredible effort by his two teammates, and I don't think we should take anything away from Richard for stepping up to the plate and giving us a go and see if FTR Esports can take the second place on the podium, but then also take away the winners' points as they are a full season entry.
I'm going to be, yeah, as I mentioned before, I'm going to be impressed if they actually do stay on. It'd be a big ask. I know it'd be a big ask for me if I was a team leader to pull someone from to pull another driver from your team to say, hey, can you come do this with like pretty much no practice? Come and drive this car that's probably broken a little bit. That's not what you're expecting it in weather conditions that's less than ideal. It's currently 37 degrees track temp, 26 ambient, and just race for 2 hours straight, so we can not DQ. Okay, thanks, bye. Like, that'd be a big ask. Both as a driver, if I was asked that, and also a team leader for asking someone that. So.
Yeah, you got to be confident in on both sides of that equation, I think, and I certainly don't envy either of them.
Definitely would need to get an interview from Richard after the race to see what his thoughts on that is.
Yeah, I think he'll be the only one still awake. I think I wouldn't blame him either. It'll be interesting to see how. So he's got in the car with about 2 hours 15, 2 hours 20 to go. And that might actually require a splash and dash at the end of the race. No, you should be alright. Sorry, I did a bit of bad mental arithmetic after 22 hours.
Don't worry. I think the pit times are about 35-40 minutes around here.
Yes,
so they're pretty similar to the LMP ones as well. I think of course they're very similar shape. They would consume similar amounts of fuel. There would be at least 4 stops from here. So a quad stint for or in the terms of my team, a double stint. So because we worked everything out by twos. So.
Understandably so. You managed to get your tyres to adhere to that? You didn't manage to triple stint any tyres here so far?
We quad stinted a set. I know I quad stinted. I took over two stint old tyres when I got in the car for the first time. After, and then I took those through. But I think our team did quad stint some tyres overnight. But we usually just double stint them, and they're fine. It's too much time loss to take them every stop. There's no point. We have tyre wear down to 90%, so it was fine to take them on another stint. And even to the end of my quad stint, or the quad stint tyres, I was pushing some of the fastest times that I'd ever done in the session. So the car still had potential. I was just slipping all over the place because of the track temp climbing, because it was the morning. Coming in here through Arnage, you can see how differently people take it through Arnage. Some people like to take it really wide and straddle the curb on the outside on the left hand side there, where some other people just like to stay on the safer side of the curb and just navigate around the corner normally. Of course, the benefit from straddling the curb and going that extra bit wide is that you have a more effective turn-in on the corner, so you can turn in a little bit earlier and hold more of a racing line through the corner. Not scrubbing the tires as much, etc. Whereas if you stay on the left-hand side, no, if you stay on the right-hand side of that curb, sorry, it's a lot safer on the braking. We've seen it countless times on the replays here tonight. The car's just spinning because they've hit the curb a little bit too scarily, a little bit too unsafely, and it just picks up the car and just rotates it like it's a 6-year-old Matchbox car. So it's definitely one of the more riskier corners around the Circuit de l'Essart. And probably one of the slowest. I think I mentioned that before. It's one of the slowest sections of the track, Indianapolis through to Arnage, because you could potentially lose a lot of time through there if you're following a GTE or a P2, especially the same through the Ford chicane as well. The Ford chicane, you can hold so much speed through there with the P1 compared to a GTE. So that's why you see a lot of P1s and a lot of P2s just trying to get past the GTEs and almost barging them out of the way from karting all the way down to the pit straight. So we've got a replay here from Frederick Nellyman. I think I pronounced that right. I think they're all Finnish. As he decides to Tokyo drift, just coming out, coming on the one up to Tetra Rouge, not hitting any walls. Fortunately, it's a good thing for him. Fortunately, and then he's blinking away from existence. Hopefully, he got that going all good. As Francis Fernandez here from Aeropigs Racing Team runs it a bit wide, coming out of the Dunlop bridge into the gravel trap there. Gravel trap doing its job effectively and very well, picking up the cart and just keeping it out of the wall. So we're still on board with Richard Corthrough here. Let's see if we know how many laps he has to do for fair share.
And whilst you're doing that, we'll just have a look at his previous lap times. The previous lap time is 38.65. Now, Alex Moore in the Ferguson Sport LMP2 car behind him, we mentioned was about 2 minutes behind him, has now got that gap down to a minute 41. So, as we said, Richard Corthrow has been thrown in at the deep end, and I'm sure he's doing the best he can, but unfortunately I don't think it's going to be enough at this rate unless Richard can knock a couple more seconds off his lap time. But yeah, still 2 hours 4 minutes left. Anything can happen. The Fuga car might hit some trouble. FCR Esports car, Richard might will manage to get that a bit quicker, and could come right down to the wire.
Okay, according to iRacing, FTR Esports, with Richard Corthrow behind the wheel, needs to complete approximately 31 laps right now, with 33 laps at the end of the race. Whereas the other two guys showing 46 laps, so not sure what the go is there. Definitely I think we'll get that towards the end of the race as we're coming into the 23rd hour here with about 2 hours left. I think it's time to do another run through, see who is sitting where.
I think I'm going to leave you to it. I think there's a steward's inquiry required, so enjoy your rundown, and I'll catch you in a bit, Riley.
Sounds good. So, in P1, in the Arla Abruzzi Esports black car, we've got Hugo Valentine 2, still out in front there. Impressive times, impressive pace there from him. In P2, of course, the Arla Abruzzi Esports silver car, being piloted by Bence Nethemi. Nemethy. I'm going to go with that. The SRA the SRA and IES Swiss Union car, being piloted by Caillou Bassiner, 8 laps down from the leader. In P4, we currently have the Valhalla SimSport Royal car being piloted by Alex Trevor, as you see him mercilessly murder a cone on the way to the Mulsanne corner. And P5, we have the Sapphire SimSport Alpha car being piloted by Loic Mahine. That's French, so I apologize if you watch this in post race and you see me absolutely butcher your name. I apologize. So P2 in the LMP2 class. In P1, we've got Jesse Kramer in the Equiva Motorsports car with that name that I can't pronounce here, so I forgot how to pronounce it. In P2, the FTR Esports car we've been talking about, Richard Corthrow here. He's going to have to do some laps to try and get some pace up. P3 is the Fuji SimSport LMP2 car, piloted by Alex Moore 2, or Alex Moore as you can see on the screen. He's going to have to put down some laps to see if he can catch up and make profit from the driver who is in the FTR Esports car. In P4, the Equiva Motorsports AA car, piloted by Theo Schrodinger. Coming through Arnage here. And P5 is currently with Sapphire SimSport Bravo, currently piloted by Ewan Bishop. That wraps up P2. As we're just going to cut to a quick replay here before we go to the GT Pro class. Eric Essers from the Stage 1 Racing Green car. Just running it a little bit too shallow through the first Mulsanne and spinning the car. Got to be careful because on the other side of those curbs, it will drop off and your car will get upset. The GT Pro class, P1 currently is the Fuji SimSport GT car being piloted by Taj Edwards, currently in the lead. On the same lap is Lithium Motorsports being piloted by Mikkel De Bois in that C8 Corvette. That looks so nice. I comment on that so much. Hashtag Racing is in P3, currently piloted by Roy Fernando. I'm going to leave it at that because I cannot pronounce his last name. I apologize again. P4 goes to Team DRC Blue, being piloted by Ryan Boleyn. And P5 in the Pro class is 27 Motorsports White, being piloted by Pedro F. Gomez. Now, fun fact, this car is actually behind the JD Sim Racing team, who is currently P1 in the Pro-Am class, the Am class of GTE, being piloted by Philippe Rec at the moment, who is goes to the Chaos Latin Gamers car, being currently piloted by Anthony Souza. I'm going to go with that.
Souza, maybe? I don't know. Another one to throw into the mix.
Yeah, P3 is the Equiva Motorsports GT car, the AM car being piloted by Leroy Copella. Copella, that was an L, not a V. P4 is the 27 Motorsports AM car being piloted by Fabio Magalhaes. Magalhaes. I'm going to give up.
It must be getting late in Australia.
Yeah. And P5 is the Maniti Racing ISRC GTE car being piloted by Jan Ike Zanders. That wraps up your top 5 for each class. Lockie Brown says in the YouTube chat, Alex has no respect for the cones, shaking my head. Yes, I'm shaking my head, Alex. He needs to have some self-respect for him. I was going to turn on my camera, but I realized that Spence doesn't have me ready for the camera, so I was literally going to shake my head on stream, but it's not set up, so
We can shake our heads at each other if you want, Riley, but unfortunately we won't be able to on stream at the moment.
no.
So there's Frederick Nellerman on camera at the moment, the Tronso racing car from that motorsport oriented school. We saw him have a bit of a spin before a top 5 rundown at this exact point. But they're currently running P12 in LMP2. Looks like they're a couple of laps down off the next car ahead of them, but still not doing a bad job. They're a one-off entry into this weekend's race, so yeah, keeping it clean, and that's what matters in endurance racing.
So we had a student's announcement from an incident between the number 17 Abruzzi Esports silver car and the 278 Miniti Racing GTE AM car. There was no further action involved with that incident. I'm not sure what the incident was there. You might be able to shed some more light on that, Martin.
Yeah, as you do the top 5 rundown, I pop back into the steward's office to run through that one, and the BMW Maniti 278 car, it got a bit of oversteer at the exit onto the start-finish straight, and the RLR Abruzzi Esports silver car was right up its tailpipes, and the oversteer meant that the BMW fired itself a bit more towards the centre of the circuit than the Porsche driver would have liked, and it got reported for changing his line at the exit of a corner, which wasn't the intention. It was purely a racing incident. The cars do have traction control, but not all drivers like them, and they are tunable, so no further action there, no contact was made, and no malice or anything else like that, so that's just purely a racing incident. The Porsche had to get on its brakes to get out of the way, but that's what multi-class racing is all about at times.
I definitely agree with that. With the traction control with the cars, sometimes as well, even if you have it cranked all the way, sometimes there's still a second, or like a 1/10 of a second, where it won't actually kick in. It actually waits for the car to start slipping a little bit before it actually kicks in, and that could be enough to send the car into a slide and to change the trajectory of it, but not enough to actually fully to fully spin at the exit of a corner. So even with traction control, it's still very much a possibility that you could spin.
Yeah, absolutely. Some drivers turn it right down and prefer to do everything with their right foot and their two hands, so purely down to driver preference, and it's nice that the cars allow that, really. I think to expand a little bit more on that, at least in the MP2 car, you have two forms of traction control, so you can't at what threshold the traction control will cut in at, so you can choose a lot of slip or not a lot of slip, and then also at that point how hard it kicks in, so that is another parameter that you can just, rather than just going traction control more or less, you can go traction control more or less at what point, which is useful and a further tuning tool that our drivers can use.
Yeah, if we get an onboard of one of the cars, it's the two rotary encoders, or the two thumb encoders, sorry, on the wheel on either side of where the thumbs go. It's the gain and the slip parameters of the car. I never actually figured out, here we go there. Look, at his left thumb there and his right thumb, the red and the green dials there. And then you can see along the bottom of the dash as well, you can see all the tunables as well. So yeah, the gain and the slip and the engine mode as well, I think that those aren't tunable with this car, unfortunately. I always never figured out if more slip meant more support or less support. I never figured that out. Did you ever figure that out?
The slip is all to do with about how much slip it allows before it kicks in, and then the gain is all about how much it kicks in at that point. I can't remember whether more means more in terms of the numbers, or less means more. I generally just hover over the tooltip on as Manuel Wynitz needs to potentially adjust his traction control out of the first chicane. Bit of a slide going on there. Yeah, I just use the documentation that is in the setup sheet, and yeah, I know that the Porsches are pretty much opposite to everything else, maybe because they've got the engine in the rear, I'm not too sure, but that seems to be a bit of a standard that the Porsche one will work counterintuitively to every other car that you come across.
Yeah, I do definitely know, at least from ACC, the few hours that I've played, that there are definitely cars that invert it, so one could be max support whereas in another car, one could be least support. So, and especially if you've got a wheel like mine, I've got a DD1, Fanatec DD1 with a Formula
Pedal
2.0.
module?
Yeah, that and the Formula Room as well.
Mhm.
I've got the stationary switches on the front. It goes like 1 through 12, I think. And between the different cars, it's like, okay, hang on, I've got no traction control. Why have I got no traction control? It's like, oh, hang on, this is why it's swapped, because they don't adhere to a standard.
Yeah, because the dial's in the same place when you switch cars, but it actually means completely the opposite thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. Oh, gotta love it. But I suppose that's one of the beautiful things about sim racing. You can chop and change between a Volkswagen Jetta or a Porsche 919 hybrid or a dirt sprint car or whatever else at the flick of a switch, really. Whereas that doesn't really happen in the real world. Not like maybe it happens in Jim Clark's day or something like that.
Yeah, or you can go from driving a straight stock car to the Jetta. I know I endured 23 hours of suffering with the Jetta. My team did the 23 hours Jimmy Broadbent Racing for Mental Health race around Zolder, and it was fun, but it was so it was just suffering. We've got a replay here from Rui Fernando here, running super wide there, smashing the front of his BMW M8 into the Armco barrier there. Definitely could be some aero damage there on the vehicle, even though it doesn't really show it. And could be potentially some radiator damage as well. So he's got to be a bit careful how he revs that car. So we're going to come to... Oh, it's the same replay here. Yeah, just come around, got it on board, catches it on the gravel there and just oversteers. Usually you're fine if you're on the gravel there and you're not on power, but when you get on power and you get on it, and of course one of your tires has less slip, so it has more slip than the other tire, of course all the power is going to go to that one wheel, and you're going to go rotating into the fence, and everyone's going to laugh at you in your Discord chat.
Pretty much, but we won't on stream. His team has managed to keep the car in 3rd place in GTE for just over 22 hours, so a very good job there for the 111 #racing. Saw a little bit of damage on the front of that car, but hopefully that won't cause them any issues. They are 3.5 minutes ahead of Team DRC Blue, so they've got about a lap advantage there over Ryan Balin in his car, and yeah, not long to go now.
Oh, we've got an hour and 48 minutes to go for this 24 hours at an unconspicuous location in the French countryside.
Surrounded by baguettes and champagne.
Yes.
Although probably not from the Champagne region. Probably threatened a whole French nation at that.
Well, the French do wine, don't they?
Yes, very much so. But my basic understanding of French culture is the Champagne is from a particular region. It might even be called the Champagne region, or certainly known as the Champagne region. I was going to try and make an analogy, much like a pork pie, or a very English analogy, like it's called a Melton Mowbray, but it's only allowed to be called a Melton Mowbray if it was made in a particular region, for instance, or like a Cornish pasty might be a better one. It has to be made in Cornwall.
Yeah.
What better one? So yeah, I got to stay clear of trying to insult the rest of the French nation for the moment, at least.
So I'm trying to find out if Le Mans is actually in the Champagne region. I googled, is Le Mans in the Champagne region in France? And the first result I got is says Champagne, like I think it's like a city name, is situated in the Sarthe department and Pays de la Region. A popular place to visit nearby includes Le Mans at 10
Oh,
kilometers.
Pays de Loire. Yeah, no, we are absolutely. There's a banner before Tete Rouge, Pays de Loire. Okay, so maybe I've insulted the French, and including my French driver who's at the wheel of the Southwestern Sport Alpha car at the moment, by not knowing that the Champagne region does include Le Mans instead. Oh, living and learning.
Well, the more you know.
Indeed. The more you know, the more you can get things wrong.
So we're following Michael De Brois here, running P2 in the GT Pro class. So I always get them confused because they're almost the same colors on stream. So we're now with Manuel in the Stage 1 Racing Senior car, just following everyone around. As Ryan Smith is in the pits taking tyres. As you can see, the car is up on its invisible jack stands here. As he is now taking off. He was stopped for 55 seconds. He'll most likely be in the pit lane for a total of about 90 seconds. That was pretty much bang on 92 seconds in the pit lane for him. That will be another stop to mark off.
So we have the Manatee Racing 278 car on screen at the moment, using a bit too much curb there on that replay, and doing a little kiss of the barrier as he rolls forward. At the exit of the first chicane, reverses back. He's off the racing line there for most cars, so that unless a couple of multi-class cars come around the corner, and back on his way. Unfortunate to see. I think again, we put that down to a little fatigue spin there for Manatee.
Yeah, I think he was also riding the curb a little bit too much there on the inside of the exit of the Mulsanne, which would have picked the car up and tossed it around. As I mentioned before, the cars, when you run over the curbings, for example, on the exit here of Mulsanne, the curbing goes up. Oh, as we just see a spin here live at the Mulsanne corner here. Not sure what car that actually was.
Stage 1 Racing Green, I believe. The 94 car that was in the background there.
Stage 1 Racing Green. So we're going to have a replay here. That was definitely Stage 1 Racing Green car, followed by Eric Essers. Just carried a little bit too much speed into there. I think he was trying to match the Audi that was going through behind him, and just fortunately backed it out of the way of the racing line. Fortunately, no one was coming through the corner though, so no harm, no foul. And off track, that's it. That's all you really get from those anyway. No, I lost my train of thought. Oh, the curbs. So yeah, you got to be really careful with those curbs because, especially even there, coming out of that left-right sequence before Tete Rouge, and even in Tete Rouge itself, if you ride the curbing a little bit weirdly, you will actually be ejected, and the car will be spun because the car gets unsettled when it's on a really slippy surface. The bulk of the grip of the curbing is on the center of it, not on the outside where it tapers off. Of course, if you're half straddling on the outside of the curbing, you're going to be definitely going to be half your grip level if you're half straddling it. So that's when you're going to have that spin.
Yeah, and you're also susceptible to a bit of floor damage at that point, and iRacing is a little bit famous in endurance racing for its floor damage. Can severely hamper you. I did the Nürburgring 24 last year in a TCR car, which was my first 24 at the Nürburgring, and early morning on the Sunday I bounced it off a few curbs, and all of a sudden we were 10 kilometres down on the Dottingerhohe. But yeah, nonetheless we managed to finish the race, although a little bit further down on top speed. But yes, iRacing is certainly susceptible to likes to give out a bit of floor damage and reduce your top speed and then not repair it at all, which is kind of understandable, I suppose, being underneath the car.
Yeah. I think at that point, if you're doing a Nürburgring 24, I think it's an achievement to finish at all, really. As I just had Frederick Nelliman from Tronso Racing here go straight on through the first chicane, first Mulsanne chicane. Not sure what happened. I think he might have missed his braking marker while fighting with another car here. The Stage 1 Racing Senior, so they're not on the same lap, so I'm not sure why they were going side by side down that first sprint.
Yeah, as my teammate, Loic Marchand's doing a fantastic job in the Sapphire Simsport Alpha car. As I said earlier, it's his first time back with Sapphire Simsport, and doing a fantastic job. Brings a lot of good knowledge about the car to the team, and a good work ethic as well. Yeah, really enjoyable and a really nice bloke to have around on the team. So it's been a pleasure to have him in the Sapphire Simsport fold, and as a result, he will be tackling the iRacing official Nürburgring 24 in a couple of weeks with us. I think Sapphire might have a couple of cars in that. Even are you going to be competing in that ride?
I will not be competing in the Nürburgring 24. I do enjoy driving it, however, racing it and being on pace is two different things. Yeah, let it miss.
Fair enough. It is a grueling circuit, but a lot of fun once you've mastered it. Well, I say once you've mastered it. Once you think you've mastered it, yeah, it does become a lot of fun.
Yeah, I personally like hot lapping it in Assetto Corsa. So, yeah, definitely good fun. Hot lapping it with the various cars that I've got on my copy of the game. Most notably, I have a physics mod for the 919. It's just the 919 Evo.
Yeah,
it's got a lot of grip compared to the actual car.
Yeah, more of like the tribute that they did.
Yes, yeah, the Evo is the tribute, yeah. More to that car, but it's got a lot more grip compared to the tribute. So I think they did a 5:45 from memory.
Yeah.
And I've done a 5 flat. a 5 minutes, 0.6.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's crazy. I think Lockie Brown, who's not in the car at the moment for the Valhalla guys, but I think he won up to me and went like 0.3 faster.
Yes, of course. When you're going around the Nürburgring and you're looking for 0.3, to be fair, over a 5-minute lap, that's still impressive.
Yeah, it's known for Lockie to be fast. He's fast here. Of course, given the right conditions, and he's fast at the Nürburgring as well. And yeah, I've got all the respect in the world for that man. And yeah, I just found it really funny that he came back and he just bet my time by like 0.4.
Percentage-wise, it's absolutely wouldn't even register on the radar, but nonetheless, in absolute terms, 0.4 is 0.4. This is Loic Marchand. Whoa, flirting with the barrier there as he gets a couple of his left side wheels on the grass. Heart in the mouth moment a little bit, but he's carried on. I hope his heart rate reduces a little bit, because mine certainly spiked watching my own car on stream do that.
I definitely can sympathise with you on that. You can just see how fast those LMP1s are through the Porsche curves there and through karting, just super quick. I'm not sure what the Audis are doing, but I'm pulling fifth gear through. I'm pulling fourth gear through karting, and boosting up to about 90% deploy down that small squirt to the 4 chicanes there. It's just super quick.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like in the Audi, good track. I'm going to say good track conditions and a good driver. yeah, it's fifth gear down from sixth to fifth at the entry. Flat through the right, flat through the left. Lift off a little bit for the last right-hander with a bit of tad of braking there. And then, yeah, carry fifth all the way through the left and onto the Ford chicanes. It's just incredible. You can actually take karting flat if you get a good line, a good amount of grip.
Yeah, I mean, we're quite similar on the AstroTurf. On the entry there, again, good conditions with a good driver, downshift to sixth, flick it left, bit of a lift, and then flick it right. Sorry, flick it right, then flick it left, past the wall, and then coast it almost into fifth, and then from there through karting. I take fourth through there because I'm not as fast as everyone else in my car, but still, it's still insanely fast compared to a GT. I've caught many GTEs through on the entrance to karting, and it's just like, what are you doing? Almost stopped on the track, but then I have to remember
Yes.
that, wait, no, hang on. That's the fastest they can go. So
and as we said a couple of hours ago, they're not going slowly; they're going down quick.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, they're just one of the best feelings is going around the outside of either an LP2 car or a GTE car on the second right-hander through the Porsche curves. How much downforce these things have is absolutely mind-boggling, and to be able to play with the other slower classes like cats might do with a mouse sort of thing, it's blows my mind still, even after 22.5 hours of racing.
Yeah, and if just think as well, these cars pretty much have no downforce actually on them. They have a special Le Mans set that has a different aero package for Le Mans and actually makes it a lot more slippy, so they can get up to that maximum of 340, 350k an hour down the back straights. So, realistically, even at somewhere like Silverstone or Interlagos, for example, as well, you could pull way crazier stuff with these cars with the amount of downforce that is at play. So it just goes to show how fast these cars actually are, and the technical evolution that they've had with their teams and the engineers behind them as well. I said this earlier, but I would do anything to even see one of these cars running, let alone go and poke and prod at it. I don't think Audi or Porsche would ever let anyone near them.
Yeah, probably understandably so. I don't know. There are probably still some secrets back there, especially with that engine in the back of each of these cars. Like, I think for Porsche to come out with a completely different concept, it's just the Audi's a V6 turbo diesel, if I remember rightly. 3-something litres, I think it is, and then the Porsche's 2-litre V4, which is not something you come across very regularly. Turbocharged as well, but in petrol. Fantastic to see brilliantly different concepts used to do pretty much, try and get the same result really, as Loic Marchand's going up to some traffic at the end of the first part of the Mulsanne.
Love how I googled Audi R18, and the two top things is price and for sale.
Everybody wants one. No one can afford one.
I think they're getting it confused with the Audi R8.
Yes.
The listing on the Wikipedia page for the Audi R18, I'm not sure what spec this is. It actually does say. So the 2014 to the 2016 car is a 4-litre or a 244 cubic inch V6 turbo diesel with an in-house built Audi 6-speed electronic 6-speed plus 1 reverse electronically activated sequential S-tronic semi-automatic pedal shift with limited slip rear differential.
Try saying that 3 times after a few drinks.
Yeah, exactly. Power for the Audi R18, 514 horsepower,
But that's
I
just
think
from the internal
another-
combustion engine, isn't it?
Yes, that's just from the ICU. Then with the MGU system, it's 400. It's another 402 horsepower going to the front wheels alone. Oh wait, hang on. Sorry, it's 469 with the MGU push to pass boost function, but 402 for Le Mans only. So
Okay,
it does actually differ.
Yeah, it was reduced a little bit for
Yeah.
that. Yeah, because I think they did reduce it. The ACO reduced it a little bit for Le Mans. I can't remember. Yeah, I think it's probably just to reduce the amount of speed difference out of corners, perhaps.
Yeah, I think it might be also to bring them in line with the Porsche 919 as well, which Porsche don't actually have their power rating on the tech specs on the Wikipedia page. It is definitely a 2-liter turbocharged V4 with lithium-ion battery for energy recovery in mid-mounted longitudinal configuration. And it's a 7-speed electro-hydraulic actuated sequential gearbox with rear lock differential. So, yeah. So I'm going to see if I can find some power ratings.
Yeah, I think the big headline figure is the fact that they were pushing over 1,000 horsepower on the push to pass, boost talent button, whatever you want to call it, system. And slow at Marchand, it comes back onto the Mulsanne straight, and there's a right gaggle of cars behind him, led by Manuel Weinitz in the Stage 1 Racing senior number 83 car. That is the senior car is showing the way. Excuse me, in the Stage 1 Racing stable. Leading the Stage 1 Racing green and the junior number 72 car. I think the junior car was in the top 5 early on in the race, so they've hit a bit of trouble and fallen back, but nevertheless the Stage 1 Racing Stage 1 Racing cars are all going to finish, which I think is a fantastic effort.
That's very good to hear. I was going to come back to the 2017 spec Porsche. Actually, no, we're running the 2016 spec in iRacing. Apparently the Porsche's engineers redesigned the engine to be lighter and produce around 480 to 495 horsepower. The power delivered by the front axles was more than apparently 400 horsepower, with a cumulative total of about 900 horsepower from both the front and rear to an 800-volt battery, apparently. So if that was the 900 horsepower figure that they had for the WEC spec, the 919. This is exciting.
The Evo, the Tribute, is this?
Yeah, the Tribute. Yeah.
Because that's when they took all of the weight out that they. So to meet the WEC regulations, they had to meet minimum weight, and they actually put ballast in the car to get a good weight distribution and meet that minimum requirements. So then they took it all out and did a tribute tour around the world. And so Riley, what are the headline figures there for that?
There's also another restriction that you glossed over as well. In the WEC regulations, the LMP1 cars, the LMP1 hybrid cars have to meet a fuel flow restriction limit, so they can only use a specific amount of fuel per lap. That's controlled by the driver. It just has to not push as much. The V4 engine was retained from the car for the Evo, producing about 710 horsepower from that V4 engine alone without fuel flow restrictions. And also the engine, the recovered energy as well from the braking system was increased from apparently 6.37 megajoules to 8.49, or 1.77 kilowatt hours to 2.36 kilowatt hours, if that makes sense to you. The output of the front electric motors was increased from 395 to 434. So, math would say that that is over 1,000 horsepower.
It's over 1100. It's near 1150, if
Yeah.
not slightly over. Yeah.
They also removed air conditioning, windscreen wipers, headlights, and other electronical devices. The car's weight was reduced by 39 kilos.
And yet they still
weighed-
added active aero, so they had a front DRS system as well as the rear wing DRS system as well, if I remember rightly. So that made them even slipperier when they needed to go fast in a straight line and use all of that 1100 horsepower.
That is correct. They added an active DRS system. I'm not sure if that was I would assume that was to the front and to the rear as well.
Yeah, I believe it was.
There was an enlarged rear wing. It was a wider front diffuser and fixed height side
we have
skirts.
a
As we come
replay
to
Of you
replay
and Bishop in the Sapphire Simsport Bravo car having a bit of trouble into the pit lane, going for a little bit of a scoot through the gravel, and spins the car to get it back around and into pit lane.
I'd definitely call that a fatigue spin there. But again, no harm, no foul. It was just probably a 2x he got from that for the lack of control. Yeah.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I'll give him a bit of stick later. Make sure make sure he doesn't forget that for a little while.
True. So yeah, they also had a wider front diffuser and fixed height side skirts as well.
Try and get those Venturi tunnels working a little bit better and outside of the normal regulations.
Oh yeah. So yeah, they posted a time. 29th of June, Porsche ran the 919 at the Nürburgring, and the driver Bernard posted a lap time of 5 minutes 19.546, breaking the record of 6 minutes 11.13 set by Stefan Beloff in a Porsche 956. So,
and that record stood since, I think it was 1983 or 1987.
Yeah,
So-
83, you were correct on it.
Yeah, sorry, my dad's got a T-shirt with that 6 minutes 11.47 or whatever it is on it. So I've seen that around a few times as Ben Snamati comes into the pit lane for, I think this will be his third to last stop. Currently sitting in second place in the Porsche of RLR Esports Abruzzi Silver. His last pit stop was only 21 seconds. So we'll see if the car goes up on the Jackson. Takes tyres to the end from here, if that's potentially a strategy call he could make if he wanted.
Definitely, probably would be in his best interest to take tyres, I would think. Track temp is 38 degrees right now, with the ambient temperature of 26 in the nice French countryside. I would expect people to be sitting out there in their shorts and t-shirt with an esky next to them, and their nice blue healer sitting on their side, waiting for a biscuit and cheese from its owner. Tries to feed it. So we're coming into the last hour and a half here at Circuit de la Sarthe. I have not seen the car up on the jacks at the moment. I don't think it will be up on its jacks. I think he's not taking tyres. It would have been up on its jacks by now.
Agreed, and you should have been away by now. So I have a pit stop time that's currently just hit a minute, which is highly unusual. We'd expect it to be under 40 seconds for fuel and tyres in the LMP1 category. Is this some late race drama? What's the
Could
gap?
be a driver swap too. I think that was actually a driver swap, was that?
Ben Snamethi has left the pit lane, so no driver swap. I think they maybe took some optional repairs just to make sure that the car is good as it can be for the last hour and 20 minutes. But no, an unusually long stop there. The driver swap should only take up 30 seconds of that time, so you shouldn't really extend it for some reason.
Yeah, definitely interesting. As we see Jan Han Corbs, they're sort of weaving there, probably trying to clear a slowdown there. Alex Trevor here in the 919. I really love that skin. Alan did a really good job on that skin, making it. I really like the wings on the side of it. It is phenomenal.
Yes, I do like the wings. Yeah, you get with some of the camera shots that we see here today. You do get a really good, nice close-up as the car goes past, and
Hang on,
really
I've just got some insight.
Of it.
I've just got some insight from someone in the chat for the P2. Bence is a bit perpega and got a speeding penalty, so he was stopped, forcing a stop and hold. To do a stop and hold penalty for speeding in the pits as Hugh and Bishop going a little bit wide there into Indianapolis.
Yeah, Bishop's liking the gravel recently. Had that spin into the pit lane and then dropping a couple of wheels onto the gravel there at Indianapolis. Hopefully he doesn't do it anymore. Not long to go now. Sitting in 5th position in P2.
If you're just joining us now for the last hour and 20, this is the ISRC 24 hours of French countryside, hosted by Two Ravens TV. You're joined with myself, Riley Hayes, and Martin Pearson, who is one of the organisers for this event. So yeah, as I mentioned, hour and 20 to go. And it still can be anyone's race at the moment. In the lead, I'm going to do going to go off the cuff here, a bit of another run through here. The RLR Abrazi Esports Black car, piloted by Jan Corbs. I believe that's how you pronounce it. Out in the lead, and still in the lead here. There was a bit of a lead change, however, that was changed back to the black car. I think it's quite impressive, though, that the silver car of the same team, so the RLR Abrazi Esports silver car, is on the same lap as the black car, as we are over 23 hours, or no, we're over 22 hours in to the race, and they're still on the same lap. So he's almost close to being lapped, but as the silver car's just crossed the line, as Han is just coming through karting now, coming out, blasting down to the Ford chicane. However, we still expect that they will be on the same lap, effectively.
Good afternoon, guys. How are we getting on?
Welcome back, Andrew. We're going pretty good. How about you?
I'm doing great. I had to go and look after Puppy, and then that's mum and dad home now, so I can come back and watch the last hour 20 minutes of the race. Have I missed much?
You haven't really missed much. Just small mistakes, fatigue mistakes, I'm calling them. People just missing their braking zones, etc.
Yeah, makes sense.
So, I'm going to step away from the computer for a second. I've drank probably 3 cans of Coke in the span of about 4 hours, and I really need to go to the bathroom. So I will do just that.
Absolutely understandable, Riley. We'll excuse you from that, not a problem. So yeah, as we have Jan Corbs on screen now, the RLR Abruzzi Esports team, both the black and the black Audi and the silver Porsche, have done an absolutely amazing job so far in this race. One-off entries, and we certainly hope to see them for season 2. So season 2 the schedule has been released, has been teased, shall we say, so there are dates available. If you follow us on Twitter, then there is a link there to our Discord channel, and you can find all the information about the championship on there. We are official_ISRC. And yeah, so we have one TBA, but it will be a championship over 8 rounds again, just like season 1 has been so far, and finishing with a 24 hours of Le Mans as well. Excuse me. In December.
Give you the dates and the racetracks. I can do that now.
I think we'll leave people to. So yeah, Sorry, I just got distracted by something else on my other screen. As Polder Racing's Ryan Smith has gone off there. Another dance through the gravel, just like we saw Ewan Bishop in his LMP2 car a couple of laps ago. The gravel seems to be drawing people in a bit more. Its gravity seems to be a bit stronger than it has been the previous 20 odd hours, but hopefully our other Brucey esports teams will be able to take the flag in triumphant fashion in an hour and a quarter, as they've pretty much, well, they've been at the head of the field the whole race, and yeah, they've certainly seen off their other competitors.
Yeah, no, you're very right there, Martin. They've pretty much been leading that class the whole way through. That's Frederick Nelman going right into the gravel there for the Tronzo racing car. That car, unfortunately, just hasn't been able to maintain the same amount of pace that it had earlier on before nighttime fell last night. But after having a few incidents on track, they got it back out, and yeah, it is running reasonably smoothly with the odd bit of damage. I think that there was obviously a little bit of fatigue setting in, maybe a mix of damage on the car too. But yeah, after speaking to the guys last night, before I went for a little sleep, they said that it was very much just, they had a little bit of damage to the car and they ended up hitting the wall, so they had to do a bit of repairs.
Yeah, so I suppose the big news story whilst you've been away, Andrew, is the car we see on screen, the F2I Esports number 66. So you might remember they were originally going to run with 3 drivers, even though, but then one of them had a power failure and couldn't come, and the power company that they're with said it would be 24 to 36 hours before the power would be restored. Now, that obviously threw them into a right panic, and they started the race with 2 drivers.
Yeah.
And at about an hour ago, Richard Cawthron made his way onto the server, and yeah, has been put in the second place LMP2 car to try and finish the race off for these guys, because they need to complete the fair share available that they must complete before, otherwise they get disqualified.
Yeah, you have to have a minimum of 3 drivers for Le Mans, isn't that right, Martin?
Yeah, and you also have to do iRacing fair share rule as per the championship regulations. So
Yeah.
iRacing fair share is a quarter of a fair share. So for a 24-hour race, a quarter would be 6 hours. A fair share for 3 drivers would be 8 hours, say, and then a quarter of that would be 2 hours. So he got in the car, I think with minimal practice, 2 hours and 20 minutes to go. Now, what this has meant, though, that he did have a 2-minute lead over the Ferguson Sport LMP2 car at the time, and we thought that was going to be a pretty tall order for him to hold on to that, because, minimal practice and him being thrown in at the deep end in quite a precious scenario. But actually, I look at the timing screen at the moment, he's actually pulled out a 3-minute lead over Ferguson Sport LMP2, so he's done a cracking job. He's managed to bring his last lap time was a 3:35.7, whereas at the start of his race about an hour ago he was doing 3:38, 3:39. So he certainly put his right foot down, found where his braking points are, and doing an absolutely stellar job. I think this is the story of the race for me.
Definitely, and I think that's very well done for him to hop into the car and produce the times that he is pushing out at the moment, especially when the FTR Esports car obviously it could be a little bit more worse for wear compared to some of the other LMP2s, but definitely will be carrying some sort of damage. So getting used to the car again is definitely something that a lot of drivers struggle with, especially on the first 5-6 laps of any car. And he's actually went a little bit wide there as we were talking. Commentator's curse, I guess, but he has recovered. He didn't actually go off the track, so it was very well done from him.
Oh, as we've had our preview of the stream freeze, I'm afraid. I'm not entirely sure what's gone on there.
does look like the game has decided to.
Yeah, but okay, let's go off the time screen, do it a bit old-fashioned way. So when we've lost pictures, a bit of a low light at the moment. I think I was watching Loic Marchand in the Sport Alpha car on another monitor, and unfortunately he hit the wall on the way down the Porsche curves, and has therefore come into the pit lane, and is currently sitting in the pits for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So that's not good news for them. I sincerely hope that they can finish, because, well, I am a team member of them, but they're actually the only LMP1 car in the running that will score championship points. The 4 cars ahead of them are one-off entries for this race. So if they don't cross the line, then you don't score championship points in this series.
I think the iRacing client that is running this stream is currently being reset. It did look like that. Well, being restarted. Sorry, it did look like that he could rewind in the replay, but I was unfortunately not able to progress forward that point. He might have had some computer issues there. So we're going to try our best at the moment to try and bring you the action with a black screen. So think of us as a radio. Hi, welcome
Martin,
to.
are you able to give us the timing screen up so that we can follow times?
Yes, I can tell you the timing screen in Discord. That's
Perfect.
not a problem.
We'll keep everybody busy. That's how we'll do this.
Yeah, we'll all band together. We've done nearly 23 hours so far, so or more than 23 hours with qualifying as well. So no, we'll see this one out.
So looking at all the time screens right now. Well, so hold on. Welcome to ISRC TV Radio with one of your hosts, Anne Forgotten. Today I'm going to run you through the order at which we can see all the cars at the moment. We have obviously first and second, the two RL our esports team, the Abruzzi Esports. Black is in first and the silver in second, so the Porsche in second, Audi in first there. In third, we have the SRA and IES Swiss Union in the Porsche. In fourth at the moment, we have Lockie Brown in the Valhalla Simsport Royale and their Porsche. And then in fifth at the moment, we have Loic Marchand in the Sapphire Simsport Alpha in their Audi R18. So that's the current runners at the moment for the LMP1 and LMP2. We have Marcus Soholm back in the car for the Equiver Motorsports Hotto-Kopt car, which they've been leading the whole race. They've just, I think, maybe only 10 laps they've dropped in comparison. So they're definitely doing very well with that car. And they're currently running first. In second place in the LMP2 at the moment, we have Richard Coffrell, as we were just talking about, in the FDR Esports car. He's just got into the car for the first time and is just pulling out faster laps every time. And currently running in third, we have Ruslan Barmakov in the Fuga Simsports LMP2, who, as we've seen, the Fuga Simsport car, as much as we see all the difference and stuff like that, they are getting chased down by the second Equiver car, which has got Life Vitshell in it for the Equiver Motorsports AA Relizonte car. And we'll keep that as the top 5 for just now. And then, Martin, do you want to go through the GT category?
Martin's currently deafened. I'll go through the GT category if you would like.
Yeah, perfect.
So for the Fuja Simsport GT, who's in P1 currently, is Taj Edwards piloting that car. In P2, in the Pro Field, this is the Pro Field by the way, P2 is in the Lithium Motorsports car is Michael Matowisk. P3, the hashtag racing car, piloted by Rui Fernando Queiroz. I'm going to go with that.
Yeah,
Queiroz, there we go. In P4, it's the Team DRC blue car, piloted by Ruben de Vieres 2.
De Vries, yeah.
We are back actually on the stream.
Hey,
so
perfect.
Go to the timing tree and go back to
We'll quickly run through in a second. I'm just going to run through the top 3 runners in the ARM category. We have
Why don't we just-
Andre Karesk in the JD Sim Racing car. We have, and they're running first in the ARM category. In that second position, they have Anthony Souza, the Chaos Latin Gamers. They were a one-off entry in the league. And then in third, we have Hendrik Lichtenhagen in the Equiver Motorsports GT. They were running a little bit higher up the grid, but a little bit of damage has seen them have to fall back a little bit.
Let's just got a quick replay here from Arnold Omega here from the Stage 1 Racing Green car, number 94. I'm not sure what this replay is about. He went off in the Ford chicanes. He does look like he was not trying to go through the pit lane. He was just trying to navigate through the standard track, and just overcooked it and sent it back through the onto the track to resume normally. On board now with the 27 Motorsport AMA car of Tar Canho. Sorry, Canhow. I'll get it right at some point or another.
The names can be difficult.
Oh yeah. Especially from an entirely English-speaking country. I would imagine from somewhere like the UK, you would be accustomed to trying to pronounce foreign names because
We
you
have a
like
few
France,
different ones, yeah.
Ireland next to you, whereas we're just us. So
Does
Don't
seem
forget
that
the
that LMP2 is going really slow. I saw a plume of smoke actually as he came out of the chicane. He's actually having Tarcano chasing him down pretty much at the same speed down the straight. So it could be safe to assume that he might have just done some damage to his engine when he came out of that chicane. But I'm not too sure if that smoke was him or not.
he could also probably have some floor damage as well, preventing him from keeping the top speed up in that Dallara that he's piloting.
The Porsche
he
goes
could also-
flying past as well.
Yeah. He could also, the BMW could also be in the tow as well, giving it an extra few Ks in the straight line as well to keep up. As the
he spun
P2
out.
has gone off, spun out. Fortunately, the BMW was quick enough to react to that, as we're going to go to a replay of that spin here. Again, Arnold Omega here in the Stage 1 Racing Green, on the braking,
Back
into
end
the
just
corner.
rocks. Yeah.
And just carried too much speed through the corner. Fortunately, the BMW did not take off the front of the Dallara, as that would have been a very pricey crash, and for both in terms of pace, speed, and monetary value as well. That would have been a pretty fast impact, actually. So,
That would have hurt the car. Both cars, as obviously the 27 Motorsport car is looking for position here. Fourth position would definitely secure them the ARM title in this league, as far as I'm aware, according to what I've heard from Martin. So their position is clear. I think most of the cars ahead of them are one-off entries. So if they finish this, they're still in the points. They take home the title in the ARM category. So this is what they're trying to do. They're just trying to keep the car on the track and finish the race, within that 10% of the leaders.
we're going to jump to another replay here of Travis Squenche from the Orion Racing team. I probably butchered that wrong. Into
Really?
Indianapolis, just didn't turn at all. Just
He's
knew
got
that
really
he
nasty rear damage, if you've seen on that spoiler. The rear
Did see
wing
that.
is just like, it's pretty much folded up about 30 degrees on the right side. So he's got, you can see it there. He's lost a lot of downforce in that rear. It might be worth for them to go into the pits, because I don't think the Orion team are kind of in the running for any points anyway. If they want to get to the end, I think they're running in the pro category. So I will need to go and have a look at all my list. Yeah, so Orion, they're running in the pro category 137. They've got a really good car. They've got a sponsor and everything on the side of the car, but it does seem to be that they've just gotten a little bit worse for wear throughout the race, unfortunately.
Yeah, so just coming back to you mentioning 27 Motorsport being the highest placing car in the GT AM category, that is 4 points for the championship. That is correct. Both Aquiva, Chaos Latin, and JD Sim Racing are all one-off entries for Le Mans 24. So
I think
they
the
will
only
score.
the other
Wait.
team there that's coasting for points, sorry to interrupt, is Maniti. Maniti Racing, as we're going to see them, their lap, you can literally see the lap behind them. They're just actually right behind Tar, just going down the straight there, but they're a whole lap down on Tar Canho's team, the 27 Motorsport BMW. Got to say, it's got to be one of my favourite liveries of this competition so far.
And also the Aeropigs Racing team is for the championship points as well. So 20, I believe 27 Motorsports, the AM car will get full points for winning the AM thing, as we've got Timothy
Again, he's
van
going
der
off
Broek
again.
here, just off in T1. This is actually a different driver now. They had a driver swap. I think they swapped tyres as well, which would have caused that spin into
Not sure.
the
They might
Dunlop
have.
chicane.
I'm gonna say now. I could have bets on they're having a little bit of, as you're saying, floor damage, and that's why they're just not sticking to the corners, and it's just being a little bit more snappy compared to what they want. As we see now that that's the 27 Motorsports car, and just behind we see a Quiver Motorsports G2, who's literally another lap. They're a lap ahead of 27 Motorsports as they're coming up to actually lap 27 now, which is quite entertaining because that means third is behind fourth right now on the thing, and fifth is behind third and fifth, fourth in the leaderboard there as well. It's kind of strange. It's a battle, but kind of not where you want to be having the battle, unfortunately.
No. Of course, you want everyone on the same lap to be, fighting for position. Obviously, you can't really fight for position when you're a lap up and down. Really, it's just more annoying because you're gonna overtake them, but then you got to do an entire lap around and then do that again with a car that's evenly paced, evenly matched with the other guys. It's really you can't really do that as we tick over the 1 hour to go mark. We've had 23 hours of green flag racing here in the beautiful French countryside.
A little bit of heavy curb there from Tar going into the Ford chicanes.
So we're going to have a bit of a weather update here. The weather is now currently clear. Sorry. So we're going to go into a replay.
It's again,
Timothy again.
green. The stewards might actually start looking at this car as being dangerous on the track, and ask what's going on, because that's nearly 4 times they've been off the track in serious places. I don't think the teams are going to be very happy with that.
No, definitely going to be asking the drivers to back off a bit, I think. Just to be like, dude, all right, we got an hour left. We don't need a penalty. We don't need an incident point penalty. Just drive it home. So,
Definitely.
But yeah, track temp at the moment, 26 degrees ambient and 39 degrees temperature on the track. So it's definitely back up to where we were during qualifying yesterday. It's going to be pretty slippy for cars that are on fresh tires, or even 3 or 4 stint old tires. It's going to be pretty difficult for them to keep it.
Just a quick thing there, the class LMP2 leader, Marcus Soholm, is in the pits right now. He has decided to get in quickly and, I guess, get a fresh set and get back out there for the final hour of the race. 57 minutes to go here in the beautiful Circuit de la Sarthe in southern France.
Looking as beautiful as ever with the KFC building. What's the story behind the KFC building on the infield there? I'm not sure what the go is with that. Is it
Don't
like
have
an
a
actual
clue.
KFC?
It might
Yeah, I
be.
think it is. Sorry. When I went in 2014, a lot of the area between, say, the back of the pits and the Bugatti circuit and down the Mulsanne, up to probably the first and maybe halfway to the second chicane, has been developed into a bit of like a retail park and things. So there's like a decathlon there. There's, I guess there's a KFC, and there's a couple of other things going on around there. So, and there's actually this football stadium on the inside of Tete Rouge, believe it or not.
Hey, sounds
So
fun.
yeah, no, there's everything you could want. Well, I think we'd all want to live at Le Mans, to be honest.
It's not just that. I think when you've got such a large circuit like this, I mean, mile-wise, it's probably one of the biggest circuits in the world to race round, behind the Nürburgring. And I think, as well, I think we could talk about that. Like these places. I mean, we know that the Mulsanne Straight is literally a main road.
So I'm just going to cut you off here to a replay from Anthony Souza here. He got a little bit on the curb, a little bit awkwardly, and had a bit of a flat spin into.
Managed to recover very well, though.
yeah.
I will say that, very nicely done from him. But going back to that, when you've got such a large place, it's very difficult for countries and well, regional development groups to look at these places and think, well, this large area, well, why don't we develop it a little bit into something more communal? And the fact that these guys can make obviously money off of that as well for being, in Le Mans, especially that specific time of year where everybody's needing somewhere to go to get food. When it rains, everyone goes inside and starts looking around the shops. It's the best way to, to have your company looked at. So, good marketing strategy from KFC, especially for being one of the only kind of, non-expensive restaurants within the Le Mans area.
Just coming back to the time limit here, 54 minutes to go. And while it is the last hour, and some people might be kicking back, chilling, solidified with their position on track, some other teams will be pushing as well to try and get every inch of distance they can to the car ahead. For example, the Arla Abrazi guys. The silver car would most definitely be, if I was a betting man, be tempted to push just that little bit more to catch their sister car, the Abrazi Black, that is pictured on stream now. Definitely something that teams will be pushing for as the lead car. I'm gonna spit some of my really dumb humor here. We're currently on lap 420 of the race. So
it's been a long night. It's been a long day.
Come on, you gotta laugh.
Yeah,
No,
it's
I
great.
agreed. It is me trying to work out championship points and then 420 laps. Nah, fair enough.
I mean, at least it doesn't mean anything else. But yeah, Jan Corbs, he's just gonna be bringing this car home now, isn't he, Riley? These cars, I just can see now they have made a couple of little silly mistakes, especially coming into the final few hours of the race with some, too close for comfort overtakes on some of the cars. Number 18 getting a warning for an unsafe overtake on a car.
And even then, there, just while you're talking there, that really sort of risque move there on that Porsche around the outside of him, coming down to Arnage.
It would make sense that they would just try and calm down a little bit, but I think that they've put themselves in their head under pressure from their teammates. But they're 1 minute 47 behind. I'm pretty sure that they can afford to slacken off till at least it reaches that 1 minute mark, and then it's a case of putting the foot back down again. I know that from a fact that when I'm racing in ACC and stuff like that, that once you get, about a 20-second lead on most tracks, you can start relaxing a little bit depending on who's in front of you. If you know you're not going to go any faster, it's just a case of chilling out. I was part of a team that done a couple of decent races
Sorry,
recently.
I'm just going to cut you off again here. We've
Yep.
got Tar Kanaho here coming into Arnage.
Just loses it
and you can see
again, I think.
he turns in a little bit too aggressively on the power there, and just the car just rotates on him. Definitely, I would say a result of the increased track temperature and probably the used tires that are on the BMW M8 there that he's got.
Yeah, definitely. That M8 is not necessarily the kindest on its tires, because of the weight. Unless you've got your camber set just perfectly fine and the toe angle isn't, you know, too intense, the car, either way, is still going to eat its tires. It's got a little bit more of a heavier ballast on the top end. The balance of the car is very strange. As you can see, the comparison between that car and the Ferrari will be a little bit nicer on the straights with its tires, especially when it comes to faster corners, because it will stick to the track a little bit better and doesn't move as much. And I think the Porsche is a little bit unfair on its front tires, just because sometimes it does like to understeer. As we see a Porsche coming in here, manages to slow it down perfectly fine, as Jan Korbs is going to probably take him on the third part of the Mulsanne straight here. Nicely done. Nice and safely done. That Porsche just looks a little worse for wear, doesn't it, Riley?
Yeah, that wing is probably offset by 30 degrees. It looks like the that active wing that one car manufacturer had. I can't recall what it was, but it was like this mad prototype that when it ran a corner, the wing moved.
The Zenvo TSR.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it moved based on where it was on the track to gain the most downforce possible. Definitely interesting. I reckon another reason why the BMW would be a little bit harder on its tires is that the front rear nature of the car, whereas the rest of the cars, the rest of the GTEs that are running today at Le Mans here, they're all mid-rear cars. So all the weight's at the rear tires, so you can run a little bit. You can run a little bit different suspension setup on them versus the BMW, where it's literally just like a tractor plow going through a corner pretty much, because it's got to lug the engine through the corner, and then also has to you know, the rear's got to like correct it as well if it wants to step out. It's got a lot more work to do.
And then actually talking about that there, I'm going to go back to the point I was making about, obviously, ACC is about GT3 racing, and the cars on that, you can just feel the ballast.
Sorry, I'm just going to cut you off again. There's a really big incident.
Did he just get pinned into that wall by that GTE, or was that?
That looks so Ewan Bishop went around too wide with a Porsche there.
That could be detrimental for them.
I think the Porsche ran into the wall here. I think we've got an onboard. No, this is just another camera
Ryan
angle.
Smith and Poulder.
This is someone completely different. This is Ryan Smith going through the Ford chicanes, hitting
Got
the
it all
second.
wrong.
Yeah,
Too much
hitting
speed.
these. Yeah, hitting the second curb there and just upsetting the car, causing it to flat spin. It's on board now with Han. Never mind, no, we're not. Well, I'm being baited by the producer. Third incident here.
Jan Alexanders now for the Maniti Racing. I just flat spin again.
There was no way he was making that corner. I could see that from a mile away.
Too fast, and he taps the front.
just gives the wall just a slight kiss.
I don't think that'll do too much damage, but if it's anything like ACC, you can hit the wall at 200 kilometers an hour and get off scot-free, and then the moment you hit it at 20 k's, you get severe damage. So, yeah, you never know with these games. I've got another replay.
This is the fourth replay in 5 minutes. Here we go. Here is the incident that we were talking about before.
Well, that's awkward, that angle. Yeah, so he actually gets squeezed out as well by the Porsche. But the Porsche should have actually given him room. Would you agree?
The Porsche should have definitely given him room, I reckon there.
That's going to be a report to the stewards.
I would definitely be interested to see an onboard of that incident to see what the go is there. Of course, we originally saw it and it was just trees in the way, but
Jan Korbs
47 minutes.
Going at it. He's on 109, 309, sorry, at the moment. He's running 315s in the car, so he's definitely just calmed it down a bit and is just holding the car together, which is good. I've seen, if you look at him, he's going so slow through there. He's just been so careful and precise with all the car, not necessarily trying to push the car at maximum speed, which is very nicely done from him.
The temperature of the track as well will also play a huge factor in the in the lap times produced by these top guys. That 309.3 was set during the night, where track temps was around 21 Celsius, and we're up and about 40 degrees. Yeah, 39 degrees track temp here in Celsius. So without a quali setup and with quali fuel, he won't be able to touch that 309. Even during qualifying, that car posted a 310.1 in the same conditions, but obviously with quali fuel. So yeah, everyone's lap times are going to go up, and that's what we've seen as well. The number 17 car, the sister car, the RLR Brazil Esports silver car, its last time was a 314.3. So they're definitely lapping a little bit quicker. Definitely turning that talent button on there. As wise words from Martin there. However, will it be enough for them to come in and swoop up the lead? They've got a 1 minute 47 gap back. I'm sure the people in the chat can do the math to see if they can.
They went at 316 that time, so Jan Korb's definitely just, you can see he's not even banging the car off limiter, he's just hitting the yellow and upshifting, so he's just saving the engine, keeping the car safe. We're going to see approximately one more stop in this race for most cars, and it will be around about between the 40 and 25 minute mark. In that range, in that 15 minutes, we're going to see everybody dive into the pits roughly for probably the last dash of fuel and maybe some tires for some of the guys that have been managing stint times. But as far as I'm concerned, we'll probably just see a bit of fuel coming in. Some people might change to a faster driver depending on where they are, or it could just be dragged to the end.
I just want to bring your attention to the sister car, the RLR Brazil Esports Silver. I think they've ran out of fuel. Bence is just nursing the car through Arnage here. And he is not accelerating fast at all, and you can even see he parked the car just under the Porsche sign, and he has towed the car. He's back in the pits.
So yeah, that will be their pit stop out of the way now. They can't afford as such to waste any more time, because every time they tow back to the pits, they've got a little bit of time to wait until they can get back out.
So we've got a replay here of that. You see he turns in and there's just no acceleration at all.
He just realizes and pulls over, and I bet you, they're going to be comfortable anyway, but they've got to now think about this logically. They've got this pit stop, they have to fill up as fast as possible, get back out again, and they've just got to nurse the car home. They might be able to make the end. Silas losing it, the team leader for the Toronto guys. He just completely flat spins it all the way across, but he comes back onto the racing line. At least he saves it a little bit. No, I wouldn't say there's too much damage to the car. I've got a contact commentator's thing. Yep, Bence was Pega again and forgot to pit. That was from Hugo. And just for any drivers or team managers that would like to come in and have an interview on the last 40 odd minutes, please just drop us a message in the contact commentators tab, and myself and Riley would love to speak to you and just find out, what you want and, how much you enjoyed the race. That's, what we always love to hear. Jan Korbs, as we see, 7 places up since the start, and ever since then they have pretty much been leading on and off with their sister car. Fuga was also up there, but unfortunately they lost their way during the night, during the early morning. Back marker as well, unfortunately retiring last night, and Twisted LMP1 as well, only making about 100 laps. Not even that into the race.
Twisted was actually disqualified due to a intentional wrecking incident.
Yeah, I remember.
We discussed that
I
earlier.
remember. Yeah, that was one of the things we talked about. So
Yeah, so I'm just coming back to the Abruzzi silver car. He will, because of him towing, he is now a lap down on the Abruzzi black car, piloted by Jan Korbs here, who's pictured right now. So definitely the silver car, definitely the silver car is out of contention at the moment for a pole position here. However, we've still got 41 minutes to go in the race. Anything can realistically happen to these guys. So, you know what they say: never call until a fat lady sings. That's something. Quote something like that.
yeah, no, that sounds about right. And I think that's just one of the things that we all talk about is when you've got these cars on the track, nothing is over until the car crosses the line for the final time. And I think that's the thing. Even the drivers here, I mean, Sapphire Simsport, after having a really rough night and actually a really rough start to their race with, unfortunately, Loic. He's one of their faster drivers, but just had a bit of an incident within the first kind of 100 laps or so that really pushed them out of contention. Otherwise, they would have probably been pushing for third at the moment if they were off scot-free with anything tonight. SRA didn't really get into much issues. I think all three cars that we're seeing at the top there didn't really get themselves into too much hell at the middle of the night.
I think everyone navigated through the darkness that enveloped Le Mans pretty safely. Definitely the Valhalla, I think, had an engine issue, and they are pitting at the moment. However, that was repaired, and they're now, obviously, we've been racing for a little over 18 hours now, I think, with that new engine in the Porsche 919 that we are piloting, and it's running as good as ever. So,
talking about that, that was just before I went off last night out of the comms box, and I remember saying to Spencer and that, no, Spencer and Alex, that was very unfortunate that had happened, because it was literally as I was about to leave, and then I was like, you're not going to like what I'm about to say, but we've just had a message. Your team has unfortunately suffered terminal engine damage, and they've had to tow back to the pits. And they were like, oh, that couldn't be any worse. I was like, yeah, unfortunately.
yeah, I was very much asleep at that point. As we watching on board with Han Korbs here, just looking just how fast that machine is through the Porsche curves. I've said it a million times, but it's just insane how much downforce these cars have, especially with the aero package that they are running. They're running I believe it's a special Le Mans aero kit. It's literally just a drop-down option in the garage, but it's like no wing and like no front wing as well to maximize the
speed on the straights.
Yeah, the speed on the straights. I got a lump in my throat. Sorry.
It's okay. And I have to stop because I have a lump in my throat. May you rest in peace, Muddy Walker. We all miss you. Jan Korbs, though, he's taking this car home. You know, unless they have a serious incident of a back marker or they have a self-inflicted incident, which I think died, they've been really consistent throughout the whole 24 hours. That we're probably going to see these guys take a checkered flag as winners of the ISREC 24 Hours of Le Mans to cut off the end of the season for us. It wouldn't actually be a season finale in real life, though, as normally we have Bahrain and other stuff like that to take place for the WEC calendar after. Le Mans normally the headline event in the middle, which everybody gets like kind of extra points for taking part in. So, and the Maniti race car being told he has to move. But that might be interesting if we could maybe jump back to GTs for a little while, because I know the GT AM class especially are still reasonably close in contention.
Yeah, I believe actually the the leader of the GT AM class, which is JD Sim Racing, currently piloted by Arrange Karisk, I'm going to go with, is actually starting to position himself into the pro field. So the 27 Motorsport white car is actually a pro car, and who's on the JD car is on the same lap as the 27 Motorsport car, and he is ahead of. Sorry, he's behind the JD car, so he will definitely get some points, I believe, for that, and get 4 points for the GTM pole sitting finish if he does pass in that position. I think
Very
that's
good driving though from all drivers. It's quite a shame that so many AM cars didn't manage to make the 24 hours. A lot of guys wanted to take part, but they did get in the way of some of the main race cars, and a lot of people were, you know, throwing the dummy out of the pram of so many drivers, and I had to step into the chat last night and this morning and just remind everybody that, you know, there should not be any, you know, bickering in the chats. It's, you know, it becomes very toxic environment as soon as you do that. Whereas we would like the, you know, the chats in the Discord to become this, you know, area for everybody to chill out and have a laugh with everybody, not necessarily arguing about cars. If you want to do that, then take it to DMs, not in the Discord, unfortunately.
As we've got Han Corbs here stopping for potentially the last time here. So at least what I've had anyway, my Porsche goes about 35 minutes on a tank, and we are at 35 minutes and 27 seconds to go in the session. So it's going to be close to the wire to see if he can fuel save enough to jump across the line under
He's got
the
plenty
IC
of time.
power.
And I'm pretty sure, obviously, his teammate is, you know, they're going to try and not stop again, I don't think, after having to stop then. I mean, either way, if they do stop again, it doesn't make any difference. They're 7 laps away from being overtaken from SRA, so either way, they could stop again and be safe. But if they're wanting to push the black team, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to do. Probably one very unlikely thing that they can attempt, just because of the nature of the Porsche. You're saying 35 minutes a tank on about average push. So they're probably just going to pit again with about 15 minutes to go and fill it up halfway and just take it to the end.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see the strat that they pull out compared to the silver car, and just in general to try and have them secure their P1 title. As we're about 34 minutes into the final hours of the race. That didn't make any sense. 34 minutes to go is what I was meant to say. I might do a run through of the field to just remind everyone where everyone is sitting at the moment. Now we actually have the stream up. So in P1, as we were mentioning, the Arla Abrazzi Esports Black car being piloted by Jan Corbs. Again, a stellar drive that he's done at the moment. P2 is currently still the Arla Abrazzi Esports Silver, like we were mentioning, which unfortunately forgot to box and grab fuel. So unfortunately, he's a lap down on the leader. P3 is currently still the SRA and IES Swiss Union car being piloted by Caillou Benissa, sorry, as we're going to quickly cut to a replay of Petro F. Gomez of the 27 Motorsports white car,
and
running
it's a good
extremely.
thing talking about that there, the 27 Motorsport car, it wasn't the one we were thinking of. That's the pro car that they're running in this race. The AM car is the one that we need to watch, because if they have an incident, they could potentially lose the championship here.
Yeah, coming back to the Going back to the run through, yeah. Again, the SRA and IES Swiss Union car being piloted by Caillou Banser. P4 is currently still Valhalla Sim Sport Royale being piloted by Lockie Brown. Putting in some excellent times there, I think, of a 3:14.4, which is pretty good considering the weather on track at the moment. Again, 38 degrees. It's actually dropped 2 degrees since last time I had a look. And P5 is Sapphire Sim Sport Alpha being piloted by Lyric Mahind. I'm probably butchered that a lot. That's your top 5 in the LMP1. And actually, Lyric has just boxed, which you can probably see in the background of the stream. P1 of the LMP2 class is the Equiva Motorsports car, the Huko Part. I'm not even going to try and attempt that. Piloted by Marcus Solom, who was on the stream just a moment ago. P2 is the FTR Esports car being piloted currently by Richard Carthraw, who currently is not sufficient for the fair share driver at the moment. However, he needs to pilot 3 more laps apparently, and then they are green. So hopefully they can not get DQ'd because of fair share rules. P3 is currently the Fuga SimSport LMP2 car, which is being piloted by Ruslan Barakanov.
Barry Muklov.
There you go. Yep.
Byra Muklov, that's it.
Currently piloting the Fuga SimSport LMP2 car. P4 is currently the Equiva Motorsports AA Rilastoni car, being piloted by Leif Weichel. And P5 in the LMP2 is piloted by Ewan Bishop, which is the Sapphire SimSport Bravo car.
Talking about that though, it's Weichel. I mean, 30 minutes to go now, pretty much, of this race. Weichel does have a chance on Fuga, but it is very slim. Weichel was lapping about 6 seconds faster there through all the sectors, bar his pit stop. So if Weichel can keep up that pace, he might be able to push towards the end. It might not be enough, but to say that he could have caught that car would obviously be worth the time. But Taj Edwards there, we see he's class leader in the Fuga SimSport car for the GT class. But Marcus Soom, in my eyes, probably has to be the driver of the race, just because he got in that car last night. He got in that car for the start of the race, got out for maybe an hour, got back in it again, and just hammered it through into the night. Popped out the car just after midnight, or GMT, or BST, whatever you want to say, and literally got in again this morning, and ever since it's just been tanking it. So, yeah, it's been one of those drivers today that's just been insane. But Silas Nicholson, we see him on a Monday night, and he does okay. He's normally running in the GT class cars, so there's a bit of a change up for him. But his team just been a little bit unlucky through the night stint with some heavy, severe damage that nearly took them out of the race. Speaking to them last night, it could have been a lot worse for them. They could have been out of the race, but they managed to get that car running again to the end.
Yeah, just highlighting there the Arla Bratzi Esports Black being piloted by Han Corbs there, just overtaking some traffic there, just showing you how much downforce these cars actually have. Like I've mentioned for the 3rd time in about an hour now, about how much downforce they have compared to the other vehicles on track. Definitely just leagues ahead of the other cars in terms of production value. As we have
taking off the Manols again, that car has been really unlucky. He's reversing onto the racing line. I mean, he could have stopped that car a lot sooner, don't you think?
I think he possibly could have, yes, but he wasn't exclusively reversing. That was still the residual momentum he had from the incident. But yeah, he definitely could have stopped it a little bit earlier.
As we were talking about between Equiva Motorsports AA and Kairos Competition Apollo. The incident is currently under review, and that was just posted about 30 seconds ago. That could be quite intense, whether it was a blocking move by Kairos, because Kairos is lower. Yeah, so there's
Yeah,
been
there's
no
no further
further
action.
outcome on it. It could have just been a block on the corner. I think all drivers just trying to see if they can get something. In all fairness, though, I don't know what the Equiver Motorsport AA are going to gain out of that. The Real Zonte team, as you see them just in front, they're actually helping Marcus by towing him along a little bit more. I wonder if Marcus would probably do the same for them to see if it's got any chance of catching Fuga. There's Richard Coffraw coming in for the last time as well.
It's just over 25 minutes to go at Circuit de la Sarthe here. We've been racing for 23 and a half hours. So it's definitely taken a toll on some people, some cars as well. Not everyone has made it to the end, unfortunately, whether that's through disqualification or a volunteer
withdrawal from the race or
Yeah.
retirement. Yeah, just saying there, Andre Karasek there, just really strong in that Porsche all week, and I don't think there's been any time that I haven't felt confident in the JD team being up at the top of the amateur class today. I think 27 Motorsports, they're actually having a collision with Fuga. That could mean something. Sorry, just to cut in again, but Fuga could have some damage from that. But that's the 27 Motorsport car. I don't know if that was the... oh, well, it is their AM car. He's just having trouble down at Ornage all the time, but he comes back out on track and takes it out. So that could be another ticket going straight in straight away on that one, unfortunately. But yeah, the 27 Motorsport car with Pedro Gomez in it hasn't been behaving nicely in the warm weather that we've been experiencing at Le Mans. 25 minutes to go.
Yeah,
I think Pedro's...
Riley. Pedro pulled back onto the circuit there, and he's now only got a 4-second gap to Anthony Souza behind him in the Chaos Latin Gamers car. So, that could be a fatal error for a few more championship points for that car. He's 4 seconds behind the JD Sim Racing car. So
as we've just got another, he's got another Porsche there, flat spinning out of the final corner. That is Stephen Brumfield of Mounds Racing, who's currently
not been having a good one in that car. I mean, it looks a lot worse for Ware. Hopefully they can drag it home for the next 25 minutes without causing too much more incidents on the track. Otherwise, it could be down to a black and white flag for them to come in, repair the car. But I mean, they've missed their probably opportunity to do intense repair on the car, but to keep it on the track, it might be important for them. Andre Karasek, I mean, he's been down on his pace a little bit today, but he's been maintaining a good, consistent lap time from all the time that he's obviously putting on. As Riley was saying earlier, the hotter temperatures, these tires don't necessarily like them. They actually prefer to have a very optimum kind of temperature set. And it was actually seen during the 24 Hours of Daytona this year at IMSA, the IRL kind of one that happened, that the tires just, as soon as the track started to get warm again, the tires started to wear intensely. And that's
I'm just going to cut in for a sec, as we have Kevin DeWile of the Stage 1 Racing Junior team just absolutely cooking it into the Mulsanne corner there, just carrying too much speed there for the poor Dallara, and just putting it into the gravel. Unfortunately, again, no harm, no foul. These small mistakes, they do add up, both in terms of incident points and time, but realistically, not everyone's bumper to bumper. So, if you lose a few seconds, that's all right. As we're going to jump to another replay.
Tar
of
again. That can be quite serious for them. But Tar's managed to keep it out of the wall, which is good. He might have a little bit of dirt and stuff like that in his intakes on the rear of the car, but other than that, he's back out on track again. I just want to turn our attention back to Marcus Solholm and stuff. He's been sitting behind his teammate car with Leif Weichel in the car for at least half an hour now. It could be a strategy just to make him go faster, don't you think?
that is definitely a strategy that could be used during the race. I know during qualifying it was actually outlawed that you can't slipstream your sister's car to gain an advantage. However, that was not transitioned over to the race, as it doesn't really matter because realistically you're not chasing lap times, you're chasing you're chasing track position. So that is definitely something that they could be doing. They could also be fuel saving as well. Of course, when you're behind in a slipstream, you don't need to use the same amount of fuel to stay at the same speed as you are. You don't have to accelerate as fast because you're not breaking the air in front of you. So that could be something, as well as Marcus does come in for his final pit stop of the session with just over 21 minutes to go here at Le Mans here. Going to be interesting to see if he will take tyres or not. I don't think he will take tyres. I think he will take the current set to the end.
He'll just be taking a splash and dash here. I mean, he can do whatever he wants. He's 2 laps ahead of FTR Esport, and it's a case of just getting to the end. So whatever he feels comfortable with, he'll work with. So I was just going to say there, when you were talking about breaking the air, the effectiveness of the cars as well, it means something in this game. It means something in most real world racing as well. These GT cars, because they're quite bulky, they're the dirty air they give off from these cars can be quite intense, especially in your high downforce cars that, for example, Lockie Brown is right now in the LMP1 Porsche. That car can, it can break the air easily, and when you've got a big heavy lump in front of you that's pushing the air out of the way, that car will go so fast. It just sometimes you don't want to be sitting behind it in braking zones because you'll lose it. You need some air on these cars, otherwise, unfortunately, you'll just drop it. As I think a lot of people realise today. I studied a little bit of aerodynamic engineering when I was at college. Unfortunately, it just wasn't. College wasn't for me.
But we're going to jump to a replay. I'm just going to cut in real quick.
Yep.
Michael Matowisk here from Lithium Motorsports coming into the Ford chicanes, jumping it a little bit and catching the gravel there on the exit. Fortunately, parking it and getting it turned and started again safely without any interruption.
That was quite a nasty spin there, but he did manage to save it. I think he thought that he could keep it away on the Astro, but he just put his power down too early and then lost it, unfortunately. But yeah, let's, going back to what I just said, I studied a bit of aerodynamical engineering, and I done it. I was doing a project on the difference between, all the different types of race cars, following at different distances. And the one thing that I noticed, that trying to follow an F1 car, in comparison to a GT car, if you're in an F1 car and a GT car was in front of you, you could gain nearly 20% more speed in the F1 car, and so you'd be sitting probably at about 240 miles per hour if you were sitting behind a GT car that was potentially doing 240 real miles an hour. That would obviously be an unrealistic thing, but that would just show you how the difference is. But if you were following one of these LMP2 cars, you maybe only would be gaining 12 to 15% at a decent distance of about 10 to 15 well, sorry, not 10 to 15 meters, but about any more than 25 meters, I realized. And that just shows you the level of downforce these cars even have, even the GT cars do, such an immense amount for being such a bulky build.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see the different shapes of the cars affecting the aero around it, and also not directly behind it as well. Something you need to be in mind as well when you're driving the LMP1s and even the LMP2s as well, is that while it's all good that you're in the slipstream, your braking is actually less effective than what it usually is, as you haven't got the air pushing your car down onto the track to give you the extra grip that you need to not lock your front tires. So when you're in the slipstream, what I usually do anyway is I usually just lift and coast for a bit, just to gauge where the GTE brakes or where the LMP2 brakes, and then I'll brake a little bit after that, and then go from there.
It's a bit confidence related as well, isn't it? You know, knowing that you can stop a lot sooner than some of these cars as well. Obviously, weight driven. I mean, you might have maybe a little bit more weight than the LMP2s, but you have more downforce, so you know that you can brake later. That Zanders for the Maniti Racing just clips the curb there for the second chicane and bashes the front end. I think that's their challenge done. They're probably going to have to come into the pits, contact commentator's tab. We're waiting for somebody to come in for an interview. But again, if any drivers would like an interview, we're open for a good while. After the race as well, I'll be live on my Twitch channel doing post-race stuff too. So yeah, it's good stuff there. But Ryan Smith taking the Polder racing car, a little detour. He decided he was going to go on to Paris, but unfortunately for him, he's not allowed to do that yet. He can do it after the race.
I think his navman said turn around at your nearest convenience and then turn left.
The TomTom sat nav built in said turn out at the nearest exit. Yeah.
As we've got Ruben.
Well.
Yeah, just again.
Everyone's getting that wrong today, aren't they?
I'm seeing a lot of people spinning around, and even him just spinning up the rears there, trying to get it turned. He can be potentially torturing his rear tires there.
Oh, he's doing like a 3-point turn in the middle of the racing line. I don't know how I feel about that, but you know, he's managed to make it work, I guess.
He's almost Austin Powers it, as we have Isaac Barclay here, the chief head organizer and chief, pretty much the highest of the high here for an interview.
King
Isaac, how's it going?
King
Sorry,
Isaac.
my apologies.
He's died again. Sanders has died again coming through Indy. That's not very nice. And he's reversing onto the racing line again. I'm assuming he realised it was clear. But sorry, I will let everybody have an interview with Isaac, because I think everybody wants to speak to Isaac right now.
Good evening, gentlemen, or afternoon, or
Good
whatever
evening.
time of day it is now.
Well, to be fair,
time is irrelevant at this point.
Riley's in Australia, so no, it's definitely
Good
good evening to him.
Good evening to yourself in
Definitely.
Australia, then.
Definitely 11:55 p.m.
So, yeah, thanks for commentating on the race and streaming it for us. It's been really good fun to watch so far, and yeah, I've been having it on in the background the entire race, and it's been really fun to watch.
That is definitely good to hear. Thank you for taking part in organising this, as well as being a steward, enforcing some limits on stuff on people. Have you slept yet? I've heard some whispers that you haven't slept yet.
No, I've not. No, I'm just soldier on. Yeah, no, it's fun. It's get to keep on rocking through. We've only had 5 incidents since, 6 incidents being reported since 5 o'clock in the morning. But yeah, I thought I might as well just set up with the guys that are running in the cars and have a chat and yeah, just enjoy myself. That's all you can do in these kind of times.
That is impressive. I certainly wouldn't be able to do that. I used to be able to once upon a time, back when I was like 15. I'd be able to stay up for like 36 hours, but not anymore.
Yeah, this is my first time attempting it, and I'm not doing it again. This race is finishing, and I'm passing right out, heading straight to bed.
How many monsters have you got on your desk?
No Monster Energy or any other energy drinks, but just
Coffee.
4 coffee cups. 4 coffee cups
my
out at the
God.
moment. Yeah, so yeah, soldiering through them.
Respectable. What is your opinion on the quality of racing that you've seen today here?
as far as the actual quality of racing has gone with the competitors out on track, it's been really, really epic battles. I always find when you have these really long 24-hour, 12-hour races that cars seem to be all by themselves. Then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, just once some pit stop shuffles and strategy comes into play, you'll have 4 or 5 cars all together at once. I remember watching earlier at about 3 o'clock in the morning, and you had I think it was like 2nd through to 7th, all within 20 seconds of one another in LMP2, and it's just out of nowhere you get these little battles popping up. And in that respect, it's been really good racing, and throughout the entire grid we've been seeing lots of changes of positions and good battles and strategies coming through to play. It's a shame to have seen so many cars retire from the race so far, but it's endurance racing, and we can't expect all of our competitors to finish the race.
That's fair. Do you have any words for the drivers as we're coming into the last minutes of the race? We've got 11 minutes 44 to go. Do you have any kind words for all the drivers out on track at the moment and everyone who's in the pit lane watching on Igloo?
First and foremost, thank you all for participating in this race, and for a lot of drivers out on track for competing in this season. It's been really, really enjoyable to both steward and I hope to race in as well and organise. It's been something which a lot of effort has gone into, and it's good to see when people are enjoying themselves and having fun. And yeah, thank you guys for everything that you've done. It wouldn't be possible without you. Hopefully we'll be able to keep this going forwards, and great. Season 2 will be bigger and better than what Season 1 has been. And yeah, let's just keep this momentum going forwards. We've only got 10 minutes left of Le Mans until the end of Season 1, and keep at it for these final 10 minutes. That's not doing anything stupid. It's been, the guys out on track have been very well driving, so yeah, just finish where you can.
I just want to ask one. I don't know if other people have questions, but I'm going to ask one final question anyway. Have you been racing yourself?
No, I've not been out on track once yet this season. It's probably for good reason as well. If I go out, I'd probably be responsible for most of the incidents in the steward's office. Is the reason I'm not out on track, and it's because I'm not the best driver.
I was going to say as well, you've been training up a lot of the junior stewards now. I mean, are you confident that when it comes to next season that you can use that to go forward and, potentially make, these stewards into, an easier tool for you so you can get some sleep?
Yeah, well, it's obviously we're starting small and we're growing by every day. We're getting more stewards in. Coventry team's growing. The members are growing in the Discord, and so at the start of the season we had myself and 3 other stewards for the 8-hour race. All 3 of the other stewards were driving, and it was our most manic race. It was an 8-hour race, and we had over 80 incident reports come in, which is more than we've had for this 24-hour race. It's been really hectic, and since then we've managed to train those guys up, and we've now got Artie Bosch, Shart and Ed Kustat, who are both head stewards and admins, so they're brilliant help behind the scenes, getting everything organised with myself and Martin. And along with that, now we've got a stewards team which is growing race by race, and it's really nice having this little community of drivers and just iRacing enthusiasts who can take some time out of their day to steward in some instance, but also have some great fun. And hopefully they'll carry on like this, and we'll be able to have even better stewarding going forwards and fairer for everyone else.
Definitely. And I think from, all the people that have come in and helped out, personally myself, I would like to say a big thank you to everyone, and I'm sure that everybody at the ISRC appreciates what you do for us. As we see Xanders go off again, that Maniti car has just been in the wars the past 5-10 minutes. I think that's, the 5th time it's been off the track since we started speaking to Isaac, unfortunately. Isaac has become a little bit of a bad omen for that team, but Ruben de Vries as well in the DRC blue. Yep, just loses it through Indy, and narrowly goes through the earth, but survives. I guess you could call that skill.
It was one of the most intense entries to Indianapolis that I've seen. I don't know if Isaac's still there. I've got one more question for him.
Yeah, of course.
Have you guys considered about caution laps, so like safety cars and whatnot, for these endurance events?
It's something which we've toyed about with, or well, we've thought of. We know that some organisations like FTR, they're running in the race at the moment. They're running in second in LMP2. They are developing a system where where it's essentially a better automatic safety car. It detects when certain cars go off and then releases the iRacing safety car. However, the iRacing safety car is quite flawed in that it's not fast enough. It can penalise people almost at random if they're off track. And we worked out earlier that if you were going to call a caution at Le Mans, it would take 25 minutes from the start to the end of the caution. And we think that for like a 2 or 3 car pile-up, it might not be the best idea. Something we could think about perhaps doing a manual safety car in the future, but it's the bottom of the checklist, somewhere near the bottom, but it's there and it's being thought about.
You could even do slow yellow zones like they do with the WEC, again, just because of the speed, of the safety car around here would be absurdly slow. But then again, with the manual safety car as well, you could possibly up that speed and have it a little bit more feasible than just to crawl around at what speed is it now? Like some really slow speed.
I think it's about 100 k's an hour, 100 to 120 k's an hour, I believe it is.
Pace car is 85 k's an hour.
85 k. Oh, well, there we go. That's actually, it'll be longer than 25 minutes then. It'll take closer to 30. Localized yellow flags like they have it in real Le Mans with the slow zones. It's something as well that we've thought of, and I would really like to add. We've got to think of a way of making it usable and friendly for the drivers, and also although our stewards team is bigger than it ever has been before, it's still quite limited in size, and we need to work a system that is manageable for us, so that we can fully control any cautions that do go out. And we're thinking about it, and we're trying to always think of new ways that we can improve the safety for the drivers and the league and the rule book. It's definitely something that we have thought about.
Can I just put in something now? I just saw this come up on the screen that Kuksas is just dealing with the issue, but that Fuga SimSports LMP2 car put in a report against the 27 Motorsport that lost it at Arnage with about 22 minutes to go on the clock. There was something about a drive-through of some sort getting handed out, but he is just fixing it. So the incident is supposedly under review at the moment. So there could be a little bit of a difference on that, and hopefully I can bring you a little bit more on that towards the end of the race as we come into the last 5 minutes of the ISREC 24 Hours of Le Mans. Life Vichel running in 3rd place for the Equiver Motorsports team. They've managed to take the Fuga SimSports LMP2 car. Now, after the incident that was caused earlier, as we said, that was going to be serious on the Fuga car. He did take a big hit to the front when he slammed into the side of that brick of a BMW M8.
That was quite a big shunt. In P2 of the FTR Esports guys, they just have cleared the driver fair share rule. So Richard had to turn 33 laps to the end of the session, and we are at the end of the session now. He has turned 35 laps. So talk about doing it by the skin of your teeth. I think that's pretty damn close to call it. But fortunately, FTR will, knock on wood, take home the P2 soon in about 3 minutes' time. So it's just over one more lap for the Porsches anyway. I think we might see white flag this time by, depending on how it's set up. If it's 0 if the time elapses and then one more, or if it should be the checkered flag at the 24-hour mark. So we'll see here in a couple of seconds once Jan goes through karting and up to the Ford chicanes. You can see here just how much of the pit entrance he uses to get that Audi turned in. As we can see him with the onboard now, shifting up through the gears, almost getting it up to the red line, but shifting it just beforehand, not pushing it,
This
not
will
pushing
be
it all the way.
the last lap, I'm assuming.
I
for
haven't
Jan
seen
Korbs.
any white flags at the
Flag,
moment.
so this could be
then
the
again,
second one, but I'm assuming that's the way that it's going to go, depending on where he is during the lap.
I have had confirmation that there is no white flag yet, so it could be that the time elapses and then it will be one more lap. That's what I'm suspecting at the moment.
Yep.
Unless our clients are bugged and it will just show the checkered flag once the time lapses to 0, which we'll find out in about 1 minute and 40 seconds. My prediction is that Jan will get to probably Arnage when the time will tick down at all the Porsche curves, so we'll definitely see that.
So there was another issue involving the Kairos car and the Quiver Motorsports AA Realizonti cars, and the outcome is no further action on that. And we're still waiting for the review from the Fuga SimSport LMP2 and the 27 Motorsport White car, but we'll see how that works out.
I think there's going to be a result here just in a second, as Isaac is typing in that chat right now, perfectly crafting the message for the incident. Never mind, he stopped typing. As Jan Korbs trundles down the Mulsanne straight here for potentially the final time tonight, with 40 seconds left on the clock.
So number 10 just got the white flag crossing the line 10 seconds ago. So number 10 has just got the white flag as well. So that's Simon Amos there. That's just allowed us to see that. The steward's announcement as well.
Yeah, so the steward's announcement came in. Again, mentioned that the Fuja SimSports LMP2, the number 90 and the number 118, 27 Motorsports White. There's a drive-through penalty for an unsafe rejoin of the track surface pinned at the 27 Motorsport White.
Yeah.
That will be applied post-race, as it'll be a little bit outrageous having a drive-through penalty right now, considering we have now elapsed all of our time
It'll be
here
20
at
seconds added on, probably. 20-30 seconds added on to their time after the race.
As my white flag has just come up on my screen with me spectating Jan Korbs here as we come through the Porsche curves for the final time here. What an excellent camera shot there.
It is.
Coming through.
Used to be one of the most dangerous parts to sit on the track and watch with cameras, and it's where a lot of photographers, you can see throughout the years, have wanted to stand is there, and then the old Mulsanne straight just next to where the second chicane is, on the right hand side of the second chicane. There's a lot of the shots just as the kink comes round.
As Jan, sorry, I'm just going to cut in here. As Jan comes around, the final time here will take, I think, the checkered flag.
Yep, and that is the checkered flag showing now live there. Fantastic drive from the RLR Abruzzi Esports Black team to take the win for the LMP1 class. And there's the LMP2 class now crossing the line there. Fantastic job from both the Equiver teams, getting first and third in today's championship. Taj Edwards comes round Arnage for the last time. He is going to win for Fuga SimSport GT in the overall GT class and the Pro class. Fuga GT a whole lap ahead of the Lithium Motorsports car, and Hashtag Racing as well. Hashtag Racing going to be maybe trying to push Lithium Motorsports to the line, but from what I can see on the timesheet right now, that Lithium is going to take second and Hashtag is going to take third. Fantastic drive from everybody here on the Le Mans Circuit de l'Essor circuit, and both Fuga cars are going to cross the line together, it looks like. They have timed this just right. It's going to be a Ford GT all over again. There's the
Was it
Fuga
impressive?
car coming behind. Fantastic drive.
An impressive result from everyone who has participated today in the ISREC Le Mans 24 Hours, which is also round 8 of the first season of the ISREC Championship. So to come through, I'm not sure how far away off the standings we are. I'm going to wait till the standings actually comes up on the stream. I'm not sure how far that is away yet. I'll give you a run through in a second of the final standings. Hopefully, with any post race incidents mitigated. I know there was definitely that drive-through penalty that was to be served post race. Not sure if that's going to affect. That probably shouldn't affect the outcome of that car. Because just of the nature of where they were positioned. However, it definitely could.
There's the lithium car just crossing the lines there. But
As we got the championship standings here for the ISRC Endurance Championship. First place to 27 Motorsports here on 1070 points. The second, we just had potentially
esports a Brucey silver car, our second place overall, going flying under the Dunlop Bridge there, having some fun.
Impressive, as P2 in the championship standings here goes to RSR Esports AM. As that fades away while I was reading it. Thank you for bringing it back. With 880 points. P3 goes to Maniti Racing for 840 points. P4 goes to Aero Pigs Racing Team for 530. And P5 goes to the German Sim Racing, Take Friends. I think that is, anyway, ISRC for 340 points. Everyone else was a single entry in this race, so they did not get any points. That is why, even though JD Sim Racing won in the AM Championship, or the AM class, they did not score any points. We're going to go to, I think, the GTE Pro now. Team DRC Orange taking out the win for the championship on 1,300 points. Number 2 goes to the hashtag racing team with 1,270 points. P3 to Fuja SimSport GT with 1,125 points in their bank. P4 goes to Lithium Motorsports for 550 points. P5 goes to Cord Motorsports, I believe that is. So there's a bit of artifact on my end. Yeah, with 480 points. Number 6 goes to the 27 Motorsports White team for 395 points. Number 7 to the Backmarker Racing Orange team with 280 points. 8th place goes to Team DRC with 195 points. And P9 goes to... What is that?
Minnows.
There you go. Minnows Racing with 100 points. And P10 goes to Prism Sim Racing for 5 points. Sorry, no points. They got no points.
Yeah.
Prism got none.
Cool. Those two were one-offs, weren't they?
Yes, they were. As we're going to go to the LMP2 standings. Again, these are all the people who were running in the championship from day one. This doesn't include the one-off entries as they're down below. P1 goes to Team DRC Red with 1,240 points their way. P2 goes to FTR Esports, who miraculously didn't DQ and scored themselves 1070 points overall over the championships. P3 goes to Stage 1 Racing Junior with 980 points in their bank. P4 goes to Verve Racing Team Black with 465 points. P5 goes to the Carios Competition Apollo team with 460 points, just 5 points shy of P4. P6 goes to the R3T Racing team with 450 points in their bank. P7 goes to Stage 1 Racing Senior with 365 points. Number 8 goes to Cabot K1 with 260. P9 goes to Chicane Online Racing LMP2 Red with 240 points their way. P10 goes to Stage 1 Racing Green with 150 points. P11 goes to NSR Bronze sim-performance.com for 70 points their way. The rest of the entries were a one-off entry.
Can I just say as well that due to an incident during the race, the LMP2 standings there are provisional and may be subject to change after the race. So it could be down to all that, but I'll let you carry on.
Right. So in the P1 class, the overarching champion here, that goes to the Fuja SimSport LMP1 team with 1,320 points. P2 goes to the Backmarker Racing Blue team with 1,250 points. P3 goes to the Twisted LMP1 Blue team for 920 points. And P4 goes to the Sapphire SimSport Alpha car with 500 points their way. The rest were one-off entries. I'm safe to say that it is the end of a long 24 hours here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. I've been Riley Hayes. I've had Andrew Gatton and Martin Pearson and all the rest of the commentators, both from Two Ravens and from ISRC, poking in and out at some point. I'm signing off. I don't know about anyone else. I think there is an after show at Andrew Gatton's Twitch if you wanted to see some after show discussions.
We won't put anything in the chat about that at all. So just, I guess, if you see it on Twitch, I guess pop by. But anything else from that, we'll just say thank you for helping us out, Two Ravens. You've been such a great help, and I think Martin will echo me on this, and so will Isaac as well. You know, we couldn't have done this without you guys. You know, the nighttime stuff is very difficult for us living in the UK and in Europe. So, you know, you've done excellent work for us, and yeah, we can't thank you enough. And for myself, I would say, you know, thank you very much for dropping in as well.
That's right. I always like doing casting, so it's always having good fun.
Perfect.
So that's it from us in the commentary box. There will be
final word from me, if I may. As Andrew said, thank you very much for coming to the party, and we've certainly enjoyed the last 25 hours of broadcasting from Circuit de la Sarthe to bring the finale of our first season to everybody. It's been an absolutely mammoth effort, and thank everybody that's taken part, whether you're a one-off entry, behind the scenes, or a regular championship competitor. For the GTE overall championship to come down to just a half point was absolutely amazing. If you have liked what you've seen and you would like to get involved, then head over to our Twitter channel. There is a Discord link on there, so it's twitter.com/official_ISRC, or just search for ISRC TV on YouTube. You'll find us, and join our Discord. We will have a season 2 starting the 29th of May was the first date. So once again, thank you very much to twuraisins.tv. Make sure you give them a like and subscribe as well.
Go check out our website, www.trueravens.tv. I'm very proud of it.
Hey, you can tell he's made that, can't you?
Yes.
Excellent. Anyway, thank you very much, guys, and everybody in the commentary box. I'm also signing out. Thank you very much. I've been Andrew Gatton, and it's been great fun.